As I was saying, this is the October 6th, 2020 Brattleboro Selectboard regular meeting. I'm your host, Tim. I should say I'm your chair, Tim. And we know that this week meeting has been properly warned because we came together at 5:15 to conduct some interviews and then to do an executive session. And now we're back. And the first thing on our agenda is to approve some minutes. We have 3 minutes to approve. That would be September 1st, September 14th, and September 15th. A lot of work we've been doing, everyone. Does anyone have any comments or questions or need to alter anything in the minutes? If not, I would take a motion for that.
I move to approve the minutes of September 1st, September 14th, and September 15th.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the minutes of September 1st, 14th, and 15th. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And that's 5-0. Thank you, board. Next up is chair's remarks. I'm going to limit it to just saying perseverance. That's the word of the day. We gathered together the other day to see the ribbon, how should I say, the ribbon skating, the ribbon shredding at Living Memorial Park. And that was just a wonderful occasion. I hope everyone is, along with me and the entire board, celebrating the fact that after, depending on who you ask, 15 to 17 years, the skate park is proudly up on Memorial Park Hill and currently being used, probably used at this moment, from what I would guess, because a lot of excited kids and not so kids anymore that are using the park. Just thanks to everybody. I mean, so many years and so many people involved, Carol, Rec and Park staff, skate park committee, and all the contributors, of course, over the years. A lot of people doing light lifts and some people doing heavy lifts, and staff, of course. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to manager's comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening, and they're in a theme. I just wanted to provide an update to the community about the status of our transitions related to the finance director position and the police chief position. We're going to handle the two quite differently from one another because the circumstances are quite different from one another. So to fill the vacant finance director position, we have a couple of different items on tonight's agenda that are going to address the interim period. You'll recall certainly, and I believe the community will recall well, that we had a similar kind of transition earlier this year. We had a positive experience at that time with a contract with an accounting firm. So we put that in place again. We'll cover that piece of business tonight, and also the designation of Debbie DeRozier as the interim treasurer. So we'll be in good hands. There'll be proper oversight, and we'll commence a search to find the new finance director shortly. Within the next week or two, we'll be out advertising for that, and we hope that around the end of the year, sometime at the end of the year or beginning of the new year, that we'll be bringing the new finance director onto the team. We're going to wait to recruit for the police chief's position. I believe it's in the best interest of everyone involved, whoever becomes the new chief, as well as for the department and for the community, that we complete the community safety review and that we all have the known context of the results of that effort. Obviously, there will be much follow-up to the work of the committee that has just begun. And there'll be a community effort, people in the community, select board, staff, police department, and agencies throughout the community working together on steps forward for years to come. But at least the context of this first important deep dive will be known at the time when we would be out seeking a new police chief. And so I think that'll be a better process, again, for the department, for the town more broadly, town government more broadly, and for the community. What we will do in the meantime is Chief Fitzgerald will retire as he has planned on December 31st. Captain Kerrigan will be the acting chief of police beginning January 1st, and will serve in that position while we conduct the search. He'll be able to be a candidate for the chief's position if he wishes, and it'll also be a nationwide search for any other candidates who want to compete for the position. And we'll be, working together. Captain Kerrigan and I will be working together in his capacity as acting chief of police through the spring, through the winter and into the spring, as we conduct the nationwide search for the new police chief. So that's the game plan. I'm happy to answer questions for people who may have them. Folks know how to contact me, but we'll be proceeding on that basis to fill these two important roles and move through the transitional period together. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. If no one has follow-up for Peter on those points, I'll ask for select board committee reports or comments in general. Ian?
I've got two things, as is my want. I like to talk about elections. So as you hopefully are aware, we've got an election coming up on the 3rd of November. So I wanted to read a little blurb so people know what's going on, because it's a little bit of a different situation this year. So the general presidential election is on November 3rd. Due to the pandemic, there is no in-person early voting in Brattleboro. However, all active registered voters were automatically mailed ballots, and I believe all those ballots have gone out. So make sure to follow the instructions that are included in your ballot, including signing the certificate envelope and making sure that your ballot is inside that envelope. If you have not yet received your ballot, or you have any questions about the ballot, you can call the town clerk's office, which is 802-251-8157. You can return your ballot using the postage paid envelope provided, or you can use a secure drop box that says ballots here right on the front. That's in the municipal parking lot, kind of next to the Brattleboro Library drop box. The drop box is checked numerous times each day, so it's secure, and you can drop it off at any time, and it's also checked on the weekends. You can also return it the day of election at the American Legion. If you want to vote at the day, at the poll station, you'll probably see me there. You should bring the ballot that you got in the mail, and you will trade that ballot in for the ballot you'll fill out that day. If you don't have the ballot, you lost it, you didn't get one, then you will fill out an affidavit that will say that I am voting today. I don't know what the exact words are, but essentially it will invalidate any other ballot, and it will mean that the ballot that you fill out at the polling station will be the ballot that counts for you. Finally, when you're filling out the one at home, you should use a pencil or a black pen, and you shouldn't use a marker, because they're bleeding through to the other side, and it could invalidate the ballot. So that's my first announcement. And my second announcement is 2 Fridays ago, I did a ride along with the Brattleboro Police Department, and I wanted just to take a quick moment to thank Chief Fitzgerald for setting it up, and Officers Carbone and Officer Cunningham for letting me ride along with them for 4 hours and letting me ask so many questions that were probably very obvious. But I learned a lot, and we've had there's been a lot of conversations this year, obviously on the board, about policing and community safety, and the Brattleboro Police Department is a partner in that discussion. And so I was really grateful to have an opportunity to meet a number of the officers and to learn quite a bit about what they do for our community.
Thank you, Ian. I think we're coming to rely upon you for the voting updates. Certainly appreciated.
I'm sure I still missed something.
I'm jealous of the ride along. I haven't had a chance to do that myself. And I just have this image of you in the back seat saying, "What's that do? What's that do?"
You get to sit in the side seat, actually.
Oh, fantastic! Even better. So you could touch things.
I didn't touch anything.
Good.
That's probably best. Town's property, Terrific. Well, anybody else have any comments? Oh, Brandie.
I just want to quickly, can you hear me? You know, I always have to ask. I want to quickly back up what Ian said about the ballots being checked on the weekend, because when I was putting up my spooky decorations, our town clerk walked by my house on the way to check the ballot box. So I have firsthand evidence that that takes place.
Yeah, they're pretty, even on the weekends, they're grabbing those up. So some people express some concerns about security, but it's pretty darn secure. Anyone else on the board have any comments, questions? Okay. Next on our agenda, we have public participation. Now, this is the time where we open it up, so to speak, for public participation. And that's for things that are not on our agenda. You'll see that it's a very full agenda today. And I'll be laying out how we're going to move things along, hopefully a little later. But for now, to get to raising your hand, just want to remind people that if you don't see on your right side of your screen on the Zoom window a bunch of participants, right now it says 52. You can click on the lower part of your screen, you'll see participants, 52. Click on that once, and it should appear on the right as well with everybody's name that you can scroll down. And in that stack that appears when people start raising hands, the phone callers will also start appearing. Sometimes Patrick is helpful. He actually lets me know that there's a caller because it's sometimes hard to see. And great. So I don't see anybody raising their hand, which is a good sign. I think I say a test raise, maybe that was a up and back down again. We're going to move on to liquor commissioners. We have some business to do, so I would take a motion concerning that.
So moved.
Thanks. Brandie has moved to become liquor commissioners. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Say aye.
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 And that's 5-0. We are magically liquor commissioners. And I believe Hilary might be joining us. Was that by request or was that automatic, Peter? I'm not sure. There you go. Hi, Hilary. We were just talking about you.
I heard.
Welcome. We have there's a third-class liquor license renewals to attend to.
Absolutely. So as many of you may remember last year, the Department of Liquor Control changed their process for third-class liquor licenses. So rather than going directly through the DLC, they wanted to have more local control over that. And so they're sending them similar to how they do first and second class liquor licenses. They're sending them to the town clerks for approval. And then once we sort of vet amongst department heads in the different departments, we send to the local liquor commissioners for approval before sending it to the DLC for their approval. Third class liquor licenses are slightly different in that businesses have the option to do a full year or seasonal, which can be up to 6 months. In Brattleboro, we currently have 3 businesses that opted for the seasonal, which is why you're seeing those in front of you today. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And I see, I'll just read those out. I see Echo Restaurant and Lounge, Flamingo Diner, and New England House. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Board, any questions, follow-ups? Liz?
Hilary, can you explain what's seasonal about those 3 restaurants?
It's an excellent question, and I had asked the same question when it came before us. It's not a matter of them being seasonal. It's a matter of them being able to pay for a 6-month chunk of time and then again for a 6-month chunk of time instead of paying the full fee upfront.
Oh, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Other board member questions? No? Seeing none, I would take a motion to get this done.
I would move to approve seasonal third class liquor licenses for Echo Restaurant and Lounge located at 69 through 73 Main Street. Flamingo Diner located at 209 Canal Street, and New England House located at 254 Marlborough Road.
Thanks, Brandie. Brandie has made a motion to approve seasonal third-class liquor licenses for Echo Restaurant and Lounge, Flamingo Diner, and New England House at aforementioned addresses. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, 0. So that's 5-0. Thank you. And I guess that's the end of our business. So a motion to dissolve as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 5-0 on that. Thank you. And now we move into water and sewer commissioners. We have a couple of pieces of business there. A motion for that, please, for the record. Liz.
I move to become water and sewer commissioners.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has moved to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Joining us is Steve Barrett. Welcome, Steve.
Good evening.
Would you like to kick us off?
I sure will. So this has to do with the Pleasant Valley pipe bids, and this is for a waste line that is going to go from the water treatment plant and be connected to the wastewater system. We received the following bids for pipe and fittings for this Pleasant Valley water treatment waste process project back in August 24th, 2020. And FW Webb from Rutland had a bid price of $31,211.14. Ferguson Waterworks from West Lebanon had a bid of $31,944.20. And EJ Prescott from West Chesterfield had a bid of $31,946.52. On September 15th, I came before the board, and the board approved the low bid from FW Webb for $31,211.14. So after that meeting, we contacted FW Webb, and they no longer could honor the price that they had given us for the pipe. Evidently, there's been rapid changes in pricing for building materials in general and then PVC pipe. So what we did is we talked to Webb. They did offer us a different rate on the pipe to go from $8.15 a foot to $1.15 a foot. So what we did, and that would have resulted in an increase of $4,563 for the bid itself. So we went to the next person in line, the next bidder, which was Ferguson, and they also said they were unable to honor the bid price that they had given us. That was just a little bit higher than FW Webb because of the price increase. So then we went to the third bidder, which was EJ Prescott from Chesterfield, and they said they could honor the bid and give us the same price for the pipe, although, and they also had the pipe and fittings in one of their facilities in Indiana. So, but they did request an additional $2,900 for shipping. So, we looked at that, and due to the urgency of completing the project, the increased pricing from the two apparent low bidders, and the fact that the cost of the pipe has been increasing weekly, town staff determined that if it was in the town's best interest to accept the bid by EJ Prescott for $31,946 and pay the shipping fee of $2,900. This results in EJ Prescott being the low bidder due to the increased pricing from FW Webb and Ferguson Waterworks. So after discussing the matter with the town attorney, Bob Fisher, we did order the pipe and the fittings from EJ Prescott. We're now requesting the select board, acting as water and sewer commissioners, to ratify staff's decision to accept the August 24th bid from EJ Prescott for $31,946.52 and to pay for the additional shipping of $2,900 for a total cost of $34,846.52. The waste process line from Pleasant Valley Water Treatment Facility will discharge treatment plant backwash water into the wastewater system. Project is estimated to save approximately $30,000 a year in operating costs. So that's what we did. those are the decisions we made because of these increases in pricing. So I've come back before the board to see if you will approve ratifying this low bid by E.J. Prescott.
Thanks for that summary. Yeah.
I know it's rather long and it's rather complicated, but we felt it was important to give you all the details and how we got to the decision that we did. We thought about it carefully. We discussed it with the town manager and also Bob Fisher, just to make sure that we're doing the correct thing in the best interest of the town. And we feel that with these price increases, this is the best thing to do.
Great. Yeah, I know. When I looked it over, I was wondering, I was going to ask you if you've ever come across this before, where people have 2 in a row have sort of rescinded their bids.
I have over the years, and in fact, we've had to rebid projects completely over, and actually the cost has gone up. Yeah. And because the prices have been changing so quickly, the market's pretty volatile here as far as piping. Yeah. We felt that we would put ourselves at risk by going out to bid again on this one.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to go to, oh, sorry. I'm going to go to Ian. But first, let me just ask if anybody has raised their hands. If it's not concerning this bidding process, could you please lower your hands and just wait until your subject comes up? Otherwise, I'll come to you after Ian's question. Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 questions. So normally shipping would not be included in, or would be included in a price that, and this was because it's at a different facility and they have to move it. So that kind of answers it. But I guess my other question is, Steve, do you mind just speaking to the urgency a little bit more? Because I know this discussion we had previously, but for people who maybe don't know about this, beyond the volatile market, could you speak to that a little bit more?
Sure. You know, one of the things that we've already done is we have part of this pipelines installed, and we also had a separate contract that the select board approved to put in a culvert and to lower the existing water mains to accommodate this line. So now we're in a position that we can get this project done. We're doing with town staff, and it's in anticipation of the future water treatment upgrade.
Yeah.
So this will prepare the plate, if you will, for that project, but also we're expending $30,000 a year at the water treatment plant to dispose of this material, which will be able to, this line will accommodate, and we'll treat it at the wastewater treatment plant. So there's kind of savings here, you know, just by buying the pipe now, but then also we'll be able to discharge the waste into this line, hopefully by the snowfall. So it's a combination of anticipation of the water treatment plant upgrade, saving operational costs at the water treatment plant, and then getting a fixed price on this pipe because of the market. So it's kind of those 3 elements, I think, that are the most important that guides us.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Steve, again. Other board questions, comments?
No, I think it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just not a lot of time there to delay.
Agreed. Anyone want to make a motion on this? Oh, sorry, Liz. You were still, so I didn't see the movement.
Yeah. I move, number 1, to rescind the previous bid award to FW Webb, and number 2, to ratify staff's award of the bid for pipe and fittings to E.J. Prescott for $31,946.52, and to pay the shipping fee of $2,900 for a total cost of $34,846.52.
Great. Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to rescind the previous bid award to FW Webb, and 2, to ratify staff's award of the bid for pipe and fittings to E.J. Prescott for $31,946.52, and to pay the shipping fee of $2,900 for a total cost of $34,846.52. I haven't done that math, but I assume it's correct. So, All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And that's 5-0. Thank you. And Steve, you're still with us?
Okay, so we have another bid recommendation, and this one is an example of a bid that we felt was too high and we rebid because we had time. This is to do with the Exit 1 Industrial Park upgrade to the water and sewer utilities. Department of Public Works received the following 3 bids for the Exit 1 Industrial Park water and sewer system upgrade. Zaluzny Excavating from Vernon, Vermont was $849,002. Casella Construction from Mendon, Vermont was $958,680. And Neil Daniels Construction from Ascutney, Vermont was $993,655. We recommend accepting the low bid from Zaluzny Construction for $849,002. This project was originally put out to bid in July and then rebid in September to see if we could reduce the cost of the project. The bid from Zaluzny's is a $17,448 reduction in what the lowest bid was in July. So we did experience some savings. Two-Frame Engineering is our engineering for the water components of this project. And they reviewed the bids. They also checked on the references for Zaluzny. And we've also had a lot of experience with Zaluzny ourselves. And the engineer recommends proceeding with Zaluzny. And the upgrades are necessary to increase the capacity of the utilities for the existing businesses or future development at Exit 1 Park. The upgrades will also benefit Brattleboro water system overall by providing additional water supply during water main breaks or fires and other events that could occur. The Exit 1 system also supplies water and can support future business and residential housing within the Omega complex that's in Brattleboro and also the Algiers Fire District. So this project benefits all the users of the water system by filling that Exit 1 tank, and that will supply water in big, large events such as fires or increase in businesses. The project's being funded by the Utilities Capital Fund, which the board approved in the utilities budget, and also with a grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration that was submitted by the town of Brattleboro. Patrick Moreland was key to working on that, and also the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation together to help fund this project. So we recommend accepting the low bid from Zaluzny Construction for $849,002.
Thanks, Steve. Board members, Steve is available for interrogation. I love using that word. Town meeting.
Fully
Town
prepared.
meeting. It's not looking like the board is feeling the need, perhaps? No? All right, well, great summary all around, and seems like the way to go. Does a board member have a motion for me?
I will move to award a bid to Zaluzny. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Excavating in the amount of $849,002 for the Exit 1 Industrial Park water and sewer system upgrade.
Thanks. I think I would have missed that $2.
Yeah.
Brandie has made a motion to award a bid for Zaluzny Excavating in the amount of $849,002 for the Exit 1 Industrial Park water and sewer system upgrade. All those in favor of that, raise your hand and say aye, please, board members.
Aye.
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 5-0. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
For
We
all of
appreciate
that. Terrific.
Have a good.
Thanks.
You too.
Yeah, you're free. You're free now. I turn the page, and now we are on to unfinished business. And that business is a tenants union of Brattleboro request for ordinance regulating housing lease deposits. This is a continued discussion, and that's why it sits so, alone in unfinished business. Before we get started, I just wanted to lay down some mechanics of how this can work and hopefully keep everybody happy, and remind people of how the process might work a little bit. Oh, gosh, Brandie has reminded me.
Do we need to leave being water and sewer commissioners?
Yes. And
I
Brandie,
move that we are no longer water and sewer commissioners.
thank you.
Aye, aye.
Brandie beat you to that, so I just want to give her credit for that.
It's fine.
Sorry about that, board. Just trying to move forward, and I went too fast.
Absolutely.
All those in favor of adjourning as water and sewer commissioners, please say aye.
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 5-0. Thank you, Brandie and Ian, for that. Now, I'm going to continue with saying what I was going to say, which is we're on to unfinished business. Today's unfinished business is just one item, but I want to remind everybody that, well, a couple things. I was in the middle of reminding that we have already heard the summary of the tenants union request and looked over what that request is modeled upon. And at the last time we've discussed this, which feels like a while ago, about a month ago,
Yeah.
some of the board members had questions for staff and also for town attorney Bob Fisher. So today's meeting is all about looking at that request again, looking at the proposed ordinance, and getting some reports back from both Bob and Sue Fillion in the planning department. And so the way I'd like to run this is to ask everybody who's going to make a comment for us to keep it to 2 minutes, because that's been working pretty well for us. And to please keep it to the exact business of the of what we're talking about here, the ordinance itself, if you could. Obviously, you can say what you want, but it'll keep things moving and be pertinent to the board if you can keep it to that. And just on the process of how this is happening, this is consideration of this request, but it is not yet a first reading or a second reading, obviously. So there's this meeting. If this were to move forward, there will be a subsequent meeting. It might be the next, it might not, depending on how we decide. And then it would be yet another reading, because this is an ordinance change. It does require 2 public meetings. So at those subsequent meetings, you'll also be able to comment as well, because it'll be a public forum, a public hearing, I should say. All right, and what else was I going to say? I think that's about it. Anybody wishing to comment can...
Hear from Bob first?
Yep, absolutely. So I should have laid that out. We are going to hear from Bob and Sue first. So you're welcome to begin to raise your hands, but I'm probably going to assume that you don't have a direct question, that you're going to comment on the main item. And we're going to hear from Bob first, who's going to tell us a little bit about the legal aspects, give us some of the background of the 2 towns which have enacted this, etc. Take it away, Bob.
All right, thank you, Tim.
Long preamble there.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do tonight is just to lay down the legal parameters for this discussion. There are certainly lots of policy decisions to be made along the way here by all of you, and that discussion will proceed. But I just wanted to start, as you indicated in the preamble there, the ordinance is modeled after Burlington's ordinance, and I believe Barry has a similar ordinance which they recently rescinded. The Burlington ordinance still is maintained on their book of ordinances, and to my understanding from speaking with the attorney's office for the city of Burlington, they have, it went into effect a long time ago, and there have been relatively few cases that have gone to court from it. I'm aware of only 2 that went to Superior Court. Both of those were decisions in the tenant's favor, but in large part based on other factors in the case rather than the particular ordinance that Burlington has. So for Brattleboro to enact an ordinance that covers security deposits, that authority doesn't come from our charter, but rather it comes from the state statute, which is Title IX, Section 4461G. And that states a town or municipality may adopt an ordinance governing security deposits on dwellings. The ordinance shall be supplemental to and not inconsistent with the minimum protections of the provisions of this section meaning the section in the statute on security deposits. The ordinance may not limit how a security deposit is held. The ordinance may authorize the payment of interest on a security deposit, and the ordinance may provide that a housing board of review, if it's constituted by another statute, and I'll get to that in a minute, may hear and decide disputes related to security deposits upon request for a hearing by a landlord or a tenant. So that is the authority or the enabling legislation that would allow the town of Brattleboro to create an ordinance that would be supplemental to the statute on security deposits. I think it's also important to note what a security deposit is by its definition in the state statute. And in that same section, 4461, subsection A, a security deposit is any advance deposit or prepaid rent, however named, which is refundable to the tenant at the termination or expiration of the tenancy. The function of the security deposit is to secure the performance of a tenant's obligations to pay rent and to maintain a dwelling unit. So in any discussion, you need to remember what it is that a security deposit or how the security deposit is defined. Okay. The ordinance can only be supplemental to, it cannot be inconsistent with. So, for example, the law requires a landlord to return a security deposit within 14 days or to itemize deductions for damage to the property, etc. For instance, you would not be able to create an ordinance that gives a landlord 30 days rather than 14 days to return a deposit with such itemization. So there have been a few cases where the courts have found ordinances to be consistent with the protections of the statute. One required that letter to go by certified mail. They found that to be consistent with the provisions of the chapter. So, but there's not a lot of case law with regard to the ordinances created pursuant to this section. And then last, the Housing Board of Review, if a town has a Housing Board of Review, it can hear and decide these disputes over security deposits. In order to have a Housing Board of Review, the town must have adopted a housing code, which the town of Brattleboro has with regard to the rental housing code of the state. The town formally adopted that as a whole, just borrowing it from the state code. And therefore, the other item for discussion tonight would be the creation of a Housing Board of Review, which would not only hear matters with regard to the rental housing code, but also with regard to any security deposit disputes per any ordinance the board might pass. So with that, happy to answer any other questions or turn it over to Sue Fillion as she has further information that staff has researched with regard to these ordinances.
I have a question that's been driving me a little crazy, but other board members, do you have specific questions for Bob? Would you prefer that we hear from Sue first? I'm just afraid that we might lose the thread of this sort of legal setup that Bob just gave us. Do you mind if...
Bob first.
Okay. If no one else has a question for Bob at the moment, I can jump in. Is that okay? Bob, something drives me crazy about the statute, which is what, if I understand it, the Burlington ordinance back in 1986, long time ago, was based upon? Well, basically, like the justification for the legality of the Burlington is based upon Vermont statute, correct?
Yes, the Burlington one also has roots in its charter, which makes it a little bit different from Brattleboro. So Brattleboro, having looked at our charter, we do not have provisions in it specific to security deposits or any control of rent. And for that matter, there's nothing in the statute that enables the town to regulate rent. Security deposits is the limitation that is handed to the town in Section 4461.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is this definition of security deposit is what was driving me crazy. And if you don't have an answer, that's fine. But I'm just curious about your view on this. The first sentence, the second sentence to me is clear enough. But the first sentence to me feels like a sentence that's at war with itself. And it makes me question what still is a security deposit legally, or at least according to Vermont statute. Let me just read it. A security deposit is any advance, deposit, or prepaid rent, however named, which is refundable to the tenant at the termination or expiration of the tenancy. Now, the first part of that seems to say that a security deposit is anything, advance, deposit, prepaid rent, however named. But then after the comma, which is refundable to the tenant at the termination or expiration of the tenancy. To me, that doesn't apply to last month's rent because it's always returned because you don't pay your last month's rent. So I'm curious your opinion about that. If it, you know, maybe you can interpret it both ways and it doesn't really matter because we still have to decide, but it would make me feel better to have your opinion as to how that could be interpreted in the future and if that would be something that could be challenged.
There obviously can be challenges to an ordinance brought either by tenants or by landlords. I was surprised not to find any with regard to that particular issue with regard to the definition, at least in the Burlington or Chittenden County courts. That's not to say that there isn't one out there, but I couldn't find one. There are two sides to that argument. One is that if you're saying prepaid rent, and let's say you have first month's rent, last month's rent, and security deposit, that in particular areas is a standard prerequisite for renting, and that by virtue of the proposed ordinance would not be allowed because it's got to be equal to only the security deposit. But if the last month's rent were not refundable, then a landlord would be able to argue that that is not a security deposit and therefore it's allowable. The flip side of that argument goes to what are called unconscionable contracts, and contracts that are so one-sided that they border on the absurd, and courts are required to read not only statutes but ordinances in a way that makes logical sense and to avoid an absurd result. So you theoretically could have, I'm just making this up as an example, but a landlord that says, okay, here's a 1-year lease, I'm requiring 8 months of it to be prepaid rent. and I want a security deposit as well. And it essentially would flip the intent of the ordinance on its head, and the argument would be that that is an unconscionable contract. I'm not sure how a court would come down on that. I was not able to find any case specifically on point up in Burlington. The two cases that I did find were really decided more upon what were illegal application fees as compared to security deposit issues. So it's unclear how a court would come down on that.
Huh. It's surprising in all that time. So,
yes.
other questions? I see Brandie's, but Ian, did you have a hand up? And did you want
Somebody
to?
I think did.
I'll let Brandie or Liz go first. That's fine.
And Liz.
Yeah,
I was
Brandie.
just going to chime in. I also was confused when I went to the ACCD website to look up renters laws about security deposits. You know, it says any money can be called a deposit, and that includes security, damages, cleaning, pet deposits, or the last month's rent. And there's no such thing as a refundable deposit. Tenants cannot use the last month's rent cannot use deposit as the last month's rent. And then it says landlords can use the deposit as unpaid rent. And I'm like, that just feels very inconsistent to me. Like, so a tenant can't say use this for my last month's rent, but a landlord can say I'm using this for your last month's rent. And that's what it says on the ACCD website for Vermont renters laws.
Yep. To the latter point, Brandie, are we done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. To the latter point, the function of the security deposit is to secure the performance of the tenant's obligations to pay rent and to maintain the dwelling. So based on that, if a tenant does not pay the last month's rent and there is a security deposit, that is what allows a landlord to retain the security deposit for that last month's rent. The landlord, pursuant to 4461C, still needs to write to the tenant saying, I am retaining your security deposit because you didn't pay the last month's rent. And that letter has to go out within 14 days.
But then, you know, the sentence before that says a tenant cannot say to the landlord, cannot write to their landlord, hey, go ahead and use my deposit as my last month's rent.
Right. Now,
so that's confusing to me. It feels a little like a double standard.
Yeah. I guess what I'm interested to hear in practice from landlords and tenants, how that actually works, because it is in the Burlington ordinance that the last month's the tenant may not use the last month's rent, may not use the security deposit as last month's rent. I don't know in practice whether that is done or not done, and I'm not aware of any way for a landlord to enforce that criteria.
Okay, well, thank you.
Liz is definitely having your hand up. Thank you.
Yeah. First, I just wanted to mention that the tenant shouldn't be able to universally say that they could use the security as last month's rent, because it's up to the landlord to see if the condition of the apartment is sufficient to allow the money to be returned or used for last month's rent. But that's not really my question. My question is, back to Tim's concern, Bob, it sounds like there is a confusion there, and you're saying that a case hasn't been brought, but in your mind, the language is not clear either. In terms of the last month's rent is not a refundable element, and that definition calls it only a refundable element.
I can only agree that that language is a bit confusing, and it may need to find its way to court in order to have an answer to that. unless the legislature wants to amend that statute to make it clearer. But that's what we're left with, and I'm sorry I don't have a better answer to that. That's simply what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. I wasn't hoping for any clear statement on that. I just, I wanted to just get that out of the way because it's been bugging me. Because frankly, people on any side of this issue have been back and forth on whether it's actually security or not security. And it seems you can argue either way. So, but that is helpful for my question anyway. Other board members for questions directly for Bob? And sorry, we'll go to Sue. I have one last one for you, Bob, just to clear something up that went by recently. Is there any reason that any 5 of us, in your view, should be recusing ourselves from this vote or discussion right now?
I don't believe so. And I don't know any or all of your status as a homeowner, renter, or landlord, but I don't believe if you are either a tenant or a landlord that would be reason to recuse yourself from this type of a decision, because your decision is not going to create any financial favor that is greater to you than it is to any other landlord or tenant in a similar circumstance to you. So it's similar to voting on the tax rate. Obviously, if you're a homeowner, it may affect you financially in that if you raise the tax rate, you're going to pay more, but you're paying the same amount more as every other landowner in town. So I analogize it to that. Obviously, if any of you want to make disclosures as to your status as a landlord or a tenant, I leave that up to you, but I don't believe from our ethical rules that any of you would need to recuse yourself because of a personal financial benefit.
Yep. Thank you for that. I just wanted to just throw that out there. And I personally have disclosed before that I'm a sort of a reluctant landlord of 2 units of a house I used to live in. And I know it's been flying around on both sides of the issue. And Brandie also was called out for that. And I don't think that was fair. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you for your patience. Should we go to Sue? Hi, Sue. You, I think just to set you up, I think you were checking into a couple of historical aspects of Barre and Burlington, and you wrote us a little report.
I did. So I was asked to look into what the experiences of other towns were to kind of see what information we could get from them. I spoke to Barre City and Burlington staff from each of those towns. Actually, I emailed with them. And I followed up with some other people from state organizations. I did put it out in a general email to a planning listserv for the state, and no one responded. So that's reflective of just Burlington and Barre City having these ordinances or rules in place. So I asked them questions about the rental housing deposit ordinances that they have, as well as their housing board of reviews, because both of those cities have that. Burlington actually had their housing board of review, that's from the 1970s, so that's been longstanding, and they passed their ordinance in 1986, as Bob mentioned. Barre City enacted both of the housing board of review and the rental deposit ordinance in 1994 with a charter change. And Barre actually voted earlier this year in March at their town meeting to rescind the rules. It was a vote of 854 to 807. And that charter change, it is a charter change that's been forwarded to the legislature. It hasn't been changed yet, so until such time, the rental deposit rule remains in effect. Both cities and their staff really didn't have the kind of historical context to share with me as to what happened after these rules went in place, because they were 20 to 30 years ago and the staff is not there. They were able to provide me much more information on the housing review boards. As Bob had mentioned, those boards, they hear disputes over rental, about the deposit returns. And they also, because both of them have rental registration and rental inspection programs, both of those boards hear any appeals of housing orders that come from those rental inspections. So if you're interested in hearing more about the rental housing boards, I can give you that update, but really the staff did not have information about what happened to rents after this went into effect. They did say that, you know, appeals that do go before the rental housing board of the security deposits generally fall to the favor of the tenant. They are busier in the summer. Well, particularly Burlington is busier in the summer. I think an important part about the Barrie experience is that they have not been able to find board members, and they haven't been able to since 2012. So it's really been a dysfunctional, non-existent board since about 2014. The Burlington Rental Housing Board, or sorry, Housing Review Board is run out of their legal department. So they have a paralegal that staffs that board. And she, you know, just kind of shared that she felt it was important that board members not be advocates, that they be impartial, and that it's been helpful to have an attorney on their board because they are sitting in a quasi-judicial role. And then the Barrie experience is their board was comprised of 2 landlords, 2 tenants, and I think a property owner in Barrie. So they were very specific about who sat on their board. So that was one piece that I provided. And then there were also some questions from board members about different data out there in the community. So I did provide a memo with some different housing indicators as to kind of give you a snapshot of what the rental housing and the ability to afford rental housing in the community is. This information was pretty much compiled from Vermont Housing Finance Agencies. They have this database of housingdata.org, and it's really comprehensive, and it's designed as a tool to help Vermonters make informed decisions on affordable housing. So I kind of provided data that fall into 3 buckets. There was the snapshot data of how many rental households there are, what our vacancy rates range is. There was information on rental housing cost and what's considered affordable and kind of the housing burden that renters might be experiencing. And then also what are the housing programs in the community, kind of the project-based assistance. So how many units, both for project-based and tenant assistance with Section 8 vouchers. So that was the other information I provided you so that you could interpret that data.
Thank you. Liz?
So last meeting or the meeting before, you talked about a housing study that you will be conducting for the town. Are there things that could be added to that study that would inform this discussion in terms of steps that could be taken to improve the housing market, to improve a tenant's ability to pay, and encouraging landlords to create more units? Are those something that can be examined in your study and then reported back to inform us about?
I believe so. So last meeting, what we did is we applied for a grant to receive funding to conduct that study. So we won't know until December if we receive the grant. And then from there, obviously we'll be writing a request for proposals. So we could include such things.
And also,
and the idea in this study, the proposal that when we were working on it, it was to look at kind of the regulatory and the town programs that we offer, but also what are the other levers that maybe we can pull to make housing more affordable.
thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Ian.
Sue, thank you so much for the work on this. I found it really informative. I'm wondering, can you speak a little to some terminology that's used in the data that you provided, specifically burdened and severely burdened for tenants, and what does that mean for renters in Brattleboro? And then could you speak to what the percentages of those are for Brattleboro residents?
Sure. So when you're talking about housing expenses, you're looking, the federal guidelines are basically using a percentage of your monthly household income that's going towards rent or mortgage, real estate taxes, insurance, condominium fees, as well as the utilities that you're paying for your housing. So a household should not be paying more than 30% of their monthly income towards those housing costs. That's the federal standard for affordability. When a household is paying more than 30%, then it's going to make it difficult for them to pay for other things such as food, healthcare, transportation, fixing an issue that comes up with their housing. So if a household is spending more than 30%, they're considered cost burdened. And in Brattleboro, 27% of the renter households are considered to be I should do my addition. It's not showing up well. About
Subtract the 45 from 100 and you get it much quicker.
Yeah. I'm just trying to add. It's about, oh wait, I added the two wrong ones. About, gosh, I need my readers at this time of night. We have over 40%. Looks like it might be around 47% of our rent. I'll double check that number, but about 47% of our renter households are considered to be cost burdened. And then if you're spending more than 50% of your monthly income on your housing costs, then that's considered to be severely cost burdened. And this is the number I'm having trouble seeing a little bit. It looks like 20, maybe you see it better, 20%.
I think it's 28.
Of our
I think it was 28
households.
and 27.
28 and 27.
Okay.
Which makes 55.
Okay,
Yeah,
28
so-
and 27. So
Would it be accurate to say then that based on the 2018 data, that a majority of renters, 55% of Brattleboro renters, would be considered cost burdened or severely cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their monthly income on rent? That could be more than 50% of their monthly rent based on the severely cost burdened data. Would that be?
yes, you lost me at the last part. So I would say that 55% of households, the renter households based on this data are cost burdened.
Cost burdened or
And another
severely cost burdened.
28% of that is severely cost burdened.
And so 55%, a majority, are cost burdened or severely cost burdened. Or are cost burdened. Yes. Okay.
Which is not that far out of whack for Windham County or indeed Vermont as a whole, correct?
That's correct.
Thanks for the colors. Other questions? Liz?
That little bar chart about wages and affordability of units. It seems to me that in 2020, if a household wage earner had something like $15.68, I forget exactly that amount, they could afford a one-bedroom apartment in Windham County. And so that makes me think that it's not the rent that's a problem, it's income. And so, for example, if, you know, what we all want is to have an increase to the minimum wage of $15, then that would solve the problem in a way that is not associated with this proposed ordinance.
Hmm.
Can
I
you?
don't.
Oh,
Thanks.
sorry.
No, I was just going to say I did out the math on my little light blue card of what a single parent with 2 children making $15 an hour at 40 hours a week, who would generally end up with around $112 in deductions for Medicare, Social Security, federal and state based on the averages, would net around $25,000 a year, which when you divide that out by 12 months and break that down, puts you at within the 30% guidelines that you could afford a rent properly within federal guidelines of $780. And actually, if you are a single person without 2 kids, you take home $10 less per paycheck because of you can't take the state deductions. So that's a challenge because I don't know of any 1-bedrooms in the 780 range that aren't literally under income-based housing, of which we
Well,
only
I
have
was
so
looking
much.
at the bar chart that Sue provided, and it also matches the annual wages, the hourly wage and the annual wage. You know, those are the numbers that the data provides.
Yeah, there's really great calculators to plug in your wages and your deductions to get the exact amount what your paycheck would be every month, and that's what I use through the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
The bar charts that you're both talking about is talking about the affordability of a unit that is priced at HUD-defined fair market rent.
Exactly.
And
Which is also here.
So in the example for 2020 is a 1-bedroom would be priced at $816 and a 2-bedroom at $1,024. And I did some research, around prices. On the 4th of October, I went on Craigslist and looked at various places in Vermont, Brattleboro, Barry, Bennington, and Billington. I couldn't think of any other places that began with B. I suppose I could have done Bellows Falls. It's tough to find a 1-bedroom for $816. They were more in the kind of 900-ish range, and obviously there is some fluctuation there. I don't know. I guess when I heard you kind of talking about that bar chart, Liz, I think it was also worth pointing out that affordability was pegged on the kind of the HUD-defined fair market rent, which isn't always accessible here.
No.
Not entirely impossible, but is not the norm. Perhaps.
Yeah. There's actually only 825 income-based apartment vouchers or income-based apartments in Windham County.
Yes, so I looked at those numbers, Brandie, and Sue also has another like 119, 116 that are Section 8. So that's almost 900. That's about 1/3 of the rental households in Brattleboro are low income or subsidized.
Yeah, with 12 to 18 month waiting lists.
Yeah, I was talking to the people at the Windham Windsor Housing Trust.
Because that was my job. That's what I did for Gravelers was those waiting lists. So I know them pretty well because I got the darn letters that said, great job, you're on a 12 to 18 month waiting list.
They said today when I was talking to the woman at the Windham Windsor Housing Trust that the larger units have a shorter waiting list.
Sometimes. I don't know if I would always agree with that. I think probably the people that work in the business of applying for people could do that.
can I just jump in real quick? So like, I think that's interesting data that you gathered there, Liz. And my experience at Sevca has been that the people that need the most help tend not to be families. It tends to be individuals, because as an individual, it's a tough thing to, you know, to have the funds to afford an apartment in this town. I'm curious later on to kind of come back to this question of affordability. And I think that affordability is like part of this discussion, but I'm also wanting to keep the discussion pretty close to like, do we want to, you know, regulate the amount of money required to move into a property?
Well, that makes me think, Daniel, as to what is our goal? Like, is our goal to have affordable housing and to have more rental units in Brattleboro, or is our goal just about this deposit?
Yeah, no, it
confuses me.
Sure.
As to our goal and what our town policies are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't see this, this particular ordinance as being like the be all and end all that solves, you know, those questions of affordability and supply. You know, we have a distinct, did you lose me? Oh, Liz did. Okay.
I hear you.
We hear you.
For you.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Liz?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that, yeah, we do
something
not have
about
enough.
the be all and end all.
Yes, not the be all and end all. You missed that part. Not the be all and end all. A tool. I've heard it described as a blunt tool. We can talk about that later. But like, you know, a lack of supply is an issue, and low wages is an issue. Affordability in general is an issue. I saw Kate O'Connor wrote about like how the town of Brattleboro, well, through the Selectboard and town meeting, could impact affordability by reducing property taxes, right? And we know that reducing property taxes also means a reduction in services, and, you know, constantly weighing the right balance there. So yeah, I mean, I personally am interested in the kind of conversation around like, is this ordinance a helpful tool in moving towards those goals of, you know, this being a place that folks can afford to live in? But I don't think it is like, you know, the answer to everything. And I know that you know that.
Yeah. Thank you, Daniel, for sort of framing that a little bit. And I think, unless I see any shakes of head, I think we can all agree that, well, especially now with the pandemic, but at any time, it's hard on renters, and it's hard on many renters. It's also hard on property owners and some landlords. Well, I'm only speaking for myself, but I'm really interested in getting at that right tool for the job or not right tool for the job. So I appreciate you saying that. This feels like the time where we either decide to go ahead and bat it around a little bit more amongst ourselves or go to the patient waiting crowd. What do you think, Board?
I'm fine batting it after the crowd or during. I don't know we need to do it anymore before we hear from all the peeps.
I'd like to sort of ask something, because I've had a lot of email communication from landlords. I've only had one phone conversation. Actually, that's not true. 2 phone conversations. And so there hasn't been a great deal of back and forth. You know, sometimes emails just go to everybody and it's like, thank you for letting me know, I read it, and, you know, great. But I'm particularly curious to hear from landlords about the number of tenancies that end badly, you know, so presumably with like the tenant using the last month's, using the security deposit as the last month's rent. So I'd like to hear numbers on that as part of their overall, you know, tenancy agreements. And then I'm kind of also, and this might just be a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Like, what happens to that money that you collect from a tenant when they move in, you know, is it just literally sitting there waiting for the tenant at the other end of their tenancy, or is it leveraged, you know, for repairs or, you know, something like that? You know, maybe Tim knows a little bit about that. So when landlords speak, if they can answer any of those questions, that would be very helpful in me helping to make my decision about this.
Okay, thanks. Ian?
Yeah, I'll add another question to that. I'd also like to hear from any landlords who speak how often they just return the security deposit. How often does, do they, you know, take it, and if they charge last month's rent, first month's rent and security deposit or not, or if they just do first month's rent and security deposit, what is the percentage of their tenants? Do they kind of have a, you know, they have a fine renter landlord experience, and at the end the apartment's fine and they give the security deposit back? I'd love to hear that information too.
Great. Thanks for those. We'll keep those in mind. I see a couple of landlords who have chimed in before, but some of the others I don't know if they're landlords or tenants. But so with the board's okay, let's go down our stack a little bit. Is that all right? Okay. So I would welcome Earl.
2 minutes.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you. I'm really going to keep everybody to 2 minutes, regardless of what side you're on. Once in a while, I forget, so Ian will probably help me, but that was a hint.
Got it.
Yeah, please try to be concise, and we'll have to decide if we have like a question for that person. We should probably add a little time. So Earl, if you're available, thank you for your patience.
Hear from landlords first.
Oh, did you?
Oh, I thought we were going down the stack.
Yeah,
Well,
we should just go down the stack.
We should just go down the stack.
Yo, hello.
Yeah, we'll go down. I think it's fair to go down. I do see a couple landlords, so it's interspersed. So Earl, are you available? Otherwise, we'll go to what I see as tenants, Robbie and Barry.
That Earl popped in.
Hello.
Hi, Earl. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, can you just identify, just let us know what town you live in or work in or both, and can you turn on your camera?
I prefer not to, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
But I live in West Brattleboro. I'm a tenant. And I organize with the Tenants Union of Brattleboro, and I have something of a prepared statement that I understand that we're trying to 2 minutes, but this is going to be roughly 5, and I'm sorry, but I'm speaking for a lot of people here.
Well, I'm going to keep you to 2, but go ahead.
All right, I'm just gonna go for it.
Yep.
So in the 1970s, Vermont experienced an unprecedented population boom, the likes of which has not been seen since. Industry was thriving, young people were moving away from the city as part of the Back to the Land movement, and the culture was fresh and vibrant. But in the early 1980s, this trend slowed, and our state entered a crunch that we have never been able to pull ourselves out of. In this context, in 1987, maybe it was 1986, Burlington and Barry ordinance to restrict upfront costs for moving into a home. The intention for these laws was to prevent landlords from using access to savings or requirement for housing. You'd be hard pressed to find evidence that these laws were not meaningful and beneficial protections for tenants both then and now. Whenever laws change to benefit working people, business will always stand loudly in opposition. Factory owners cried out in alarm that a minimum wage would bankrupt and lead to an economic. This, of course, did not happen. Here today, we can hear echoes of these same motivations posed by some landlords in the form of alarmist rejection proposal that stands to benefit a large percentage of our community members. I do not mean to demonize landlords. It should not come as a surprise that our interests are largely at odds with those of tenants. Landlords would like to charge more rent, and we would like to pay less. Landlords benefit from gentrification in the form of increased profits, while lower wage workers end up being priced out of their communities. These are simply structural facts about the current system. bad people. They're simply in the business of owning what we require for health, safety, and security. However, the response to the proposal that we have seen, newspapers from some oppositional landlords in our community in the last month have ranged from bad faith arguments to literal threats, pretending to be natural laws. The anger and disdain directed at Brandie Starr for taking sides in this debate was fierce, and you've said it was unwarranted. And yet somehow we haven't seen any of these people applying the same moral standards when it comes to Tim Wessel's equally one-sided article. We have heard that landlords.
That's an uncomfortable place to cut you off, but do you think you?
I've got just a little more.
You can have 20 seconds.
I'm getting into the meat of the arguments that we've seen, Tim, and I'll try to be short. I'm sorry. We have heard that landlords will be forced to raise rents to cover brought about by this proposal, and they will have to rely on credit checks, so that or that they will have to be less lenient in giving tenants a chance. I ask that the select board understand that these they're unfounded and empty intimidations. As we all understand, Brattleboro is in the midst of a deep housing shortage, and I'm sure that landlords will tell you that they are not having any difficulty finding applicants for their rentals. Many people report being among at least a dozen other applicants, and I've heard over 50 for a single apartment. Landlords are already choosing to rent to whoever.
Okay, thanks, Earl. I hate to do this, but we've got so much to do tonight.
I think this is all like really what we're talking about, and we've worked on this quite a bit, so I'm going to keep going.
No, you're not, actually. We're going to cut you off, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to do that, but we have to operate under a schedule here. We're going to go to Robbie and Barry. Welcome.
Hi.
Ooh, you might have to turn down a speaker or something.
Yeah. All right, so I'm actually going to pick up where Earl left off because this is really important. Where are we at? Many people report being among at least a dozen other applications for a single apartment. In this climate, landlords are already choosing to rent to whoever in this potential pool of renters seems to be the best guarantee for their investment. However, when they charge last month's rent up front, they are making the assumption that proof of savings is some kind of moral indicator. They assume that someone's access to wealth shows that they will be a better tenant. This form of vetting predominantly privileges people with generational wealth and excludes good, hardworking people who, along with half of all Vermonters, live paycheck to paycheck. I do not believe that rental property owners will leave their properties empty for months waiting to find a tenant with a high credit score. This proposal will not fix the housing shortage, and landlords will continue to have a large pool of potential tenants to choose from. This proposal only aims to make sure that people without access to savings get a fair shake when it comes to being considered for housing and that they have money for food once the rent is paid. Rental property owners already charge what they think the market can bear. If they overcharge, they are likely to have more difficulty finding tenants. They are also more likely to put a greater burden on the people that they rent to, increasing the risk that their tenants will have difficulty paying. Whether or not this proposal passes, it is not in their interest to dramatically raise rents in Brattleboro without some kind of demographic shift or a large increase in the area median income. I worry that members of the select alarmist rhetoric that has no basis in the material reality of our community. There is a reasonable sounding solution floating around town that should offer loans to tenants to help with the cost of moving in. At face value, this might appear to be a good idea, but it's ultimately a dry Band-Aid for an infected wound. It completely ignores the poverty discrimination that is at the core of this proposal. Who is likely to rent to the tenant who says that they have to apply for a loan to move in? With the housing market as limited as it is, leases are often signed just days after the initial posting. This pseudo-solution will continue to preference applicants who can pay 3 months rent up front. Whether or not they have the means to afford the apartment month to month, it also dramatically increases the rent burden on renters through the first few months of their tenancy while they pay both their rent and the loan, I assume with interest, putting them at a higher risk of food insecurity and impoverishment. This proposal suggests that if we are not going to let landlords offload their investment risk onto tenants, then the Brattleboro taxpayers should shoulder the burden. At what point do we put the risk where it belongs? I'd like to propose a simpler solution. If the select board is really worried about the immediate financial burden that this proposal might put on landlords, then they should offer low interest loans to the landlords to make sure that their immediate expenses are covered in the event that a tenant fails to pay last month's rent at the end of their tenancy. This would require far less work from the city, seeing as it would only address the problem as it arises. It could also completely eliminate the risk to landlords, as they would be able to pay the loan back in full after recovering their losses in civil court. Or at worst, it would give them the breathing room they need while they continue to cover their immediate expenses. If this solution seems ridiculous to you, then you should also be able to understand that George Carville's solution is even more flawed. We understand that this proposal does not completely solve our housing crisis. It does not make monthly rent in Brattleboro more affordable. It does not build more units. It does not put every person in our community in a home, but it also does not claim to do these things. What it will do is eliminate one of the pervasive forms of poverty discrimination that plagues our rental market. It allows for a more equitable distribution of the housing stock.
Okay, Robbie and Barry, thank you.
And
I haven't been so successful at 2 minutes so far. So those both went to 3, so I think that's our new standard. Okay. Ibrahim is next. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Whoa.
Thanks for having me. Sorry, I'll take off. That's my work.
Oh, it's okay. Just shocked me for a moment.
So thanks for hearing me out. I'll try to answer a few of the landlord questions that came up. First, I'll say to Brandie that none of my units are over HUD rates and several are below the 780. None of them are subsidized. So there are landlords out there who really try to keep housing affordable. And I don't require first, last, and deposit on all my properties. Some of them are, if people are grandfathered in, I don't ask them to pay costs they haven't already. In terms of what happens at the end of the tenancy, there is a very common tendency for tenants to assume that the security deposit, when there's only the security deposit, will be used to cover last month's rent. That's happened to me several times previously. I've had 3 incidents, and I've only been a landlord for 2 years in Brattleboro. There have been 3 incidents where I've lost out on income at the end of the tenancy due to various reasons. One was the death of a tenant, and the 2 others were evictions due to loss of employment. In each of those cases, evictions typically take at least 3 months to go through, and that means 3 months of unpaid rent. And it's unrealistic to really want to pursue payment from a tenant who's lost their job and has a minimum income, works a minimum income job. That's not what I'm pursuing. I don't want to pursue them in the courts and garnish their wages when they're already working a minimum wage job. So them saving for those potential unforeseen expectations up front is what the first, last, and deposit sort of helps protect against. I will say that, speaking just for myself, I'd be perfectly happy collecting nothing up front if there was some reasonable mechanism to recoup those costs. But in Vermont, that's simply not the case. The courts are extremely expensive, and it's very hard to prevail on them for landlords. If you Google least landlord-friendly states, Vermont is often at the very bottom of the list. And you'll see that most of the landlords in Brattleboro are from the area. I live in Greenfield. I worked in Putney for 10 years. I don't live in Brattleboro. However, I own 17 units in Brattleboro. And everybody else is
I just want to say your 3 minutes are up. However, you did spend a good portion of that answering some questions. So is it fair to give him another minute to finish up?
Sure.
Board members? Okay, go ahead, if you have anything else.
I've lost my train of thought, but just to say that we all care about this community, and all of us are here because we care. We're not big-time investors. We're not large corporations. We're not making large margins on the income. typically our margins are very small, and losing a month's rent in a year pretty much eliminates the income for many of us in terms of that unit for that year.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Next up, we have tenant Josh. I keep forgetting people. Ibrahim sort of self-disclosed, but if you could just remind us if you live in Brattleboro, and thanks for turning on your camera. Kind of helps with the.
Thank you, Tim. So I just want to say thank you for keeping people on track. Your reactions to the tenants versus the landlords is a little bit telling for me and disturbing, but I'll let that go. I am a member of your district after all, so it's a little disconcerting. My focus here tonight, though, thank you for not interrupting, Tim. My focus tonight here is to remind people that this proposed ordinance is designed not as a Band-Aid or one-size-fits-all solution to our issue of housing in Brattleboro. This is designed to get this conversation started more so than it already has been, at a level that really structurally, in terms of our town governance, allows us to ensure that people are able to access housing in an affordable way. 3 times the amount of one rent to move into a place is not affordable. It is egregious. Whether the courts have decided that or not, I think as a group of humans deciding and thinking about these things, we can agree that that's a little egregious. In fact, a lot egregious. So I would just like to say that I'm in support of this proposal because of the necessity that is required of it. And I'd like to leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Josh. And just checking in on time, Kate is next, but just reminding everybody that we take a break around 8, and so we'll be doing that fairly soon. Kate Berry, welcome. Hi, Kate. Oops.
Am I good now? Okay,
yes.
sorry. You think I'd be good at this by now. Hi, I'm Kate Bear. I am a local realtor in Brattleboro. I live in Brattleboro. I'm a landlord, a property manager. I own a 4-unit multifamily. I'm here today as a landlord to come in union proposal for several reasons. Hearing the statistics of those in Brattleboro that are burdened to rent is extremely dismaying to me, as loves town, wants to see our local community flourish, grow, and also, most importantly, become more equitable. And what we're seeing now, and what I'm seeing as a realtor, are property values skyrocketing, rental rates going very extremely high, really trying to squeeze out local community and our workers that have lived in Vermont for generations, or keep this town. And to me, this proposal, I think that will start charge toward more equitable practices that on those in Brattleboro, focus on low-income folks in Brattleboro, making sure that that's kind of, I think what we were asking is our goal here. And I think our goal really needs to be based on housing in our town, because it's going to get worse. We're going into winter soon, and it needs something I think to take extremely seriously and start making steps toward that and flipping the script a little bit, because to me as a pro owner, I take my job as extremely seriously. I think it's an asset that it's my responsibility to vet my tenants, to do month spends, to have a checklist in and out with a property manager to make sure that my security, that my asset is protected, and that I'm not risking losing a security debt. And I asked into why any landlord would use a security deposit for their last rent. I think that just makes no sense. And I think the wording of that description is troubling, and it doesn't really make sense either way. So that's kind of my point. And yeah, thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Kate.
Let's squeeze at least one more in before our break. George. Not sure how to say the last name, so I'll leave it at George.
Parodies.
Paredes?
Hi, can you hear me? Paredes.
Yes.
Paredes.
Should I start my video? Good. Hi.
Hi.
Start my video. Great. So yes, I'm a landlord in Brattleboro. We have a few units. I was thinking that the tenants and the landlords probably would provide a service to the tenant. So I don't see it as an adversarial situation, but rather if I would go to buy something from the store, then I pay them the money they give me. We don't fight about that. And then I don't want to repeat what other landlords have said, but I just have a suggestion that maybe it's possible, and actually one of the tenants alluded to that. So they're about, I sent a letter to the board about it. There are about 2,800 rental units in Brattleboro. We have about a 40% yearly turnover, which means 1,200 units. But the vast majority of those people, so they are living in those units, forever. It's not the first time that they will have to come up to this extra month's rent. So we estimate that only about 10% of the people who come, they're the fresh tenants, need that money. And if you calculate that there is about 120 units per year, 10 units per month, if we generate a fund, that just with $45,000, you would be able to cover people, to give them that money to put the last month's rent. And over time, over the course of 3-4 months, no interest at all, they will just pay. And then that last month, when people move on, then they have that, they don't have to pay that last month's rent, so they can save that money for the next unit and the next unit. So I think that is something that it's not really that hard to come up. I mean, $50,000 from the town of Brattleboro, maybe it's a ton of money, but somehow I don't think so. It's something that we could do, and then we can help, the tenants, etc. The advantage for the tenants is that it forces them very often to plan ahead, not to say, oops, I have to go. And whenever tenants have to go, I mean, we always try to accommodate them. We don't just say, oh no, you cannot leave. As soon, we try as fast as we can to find a new tenant, and then, we prorate if they leave early, if they have. And so we don't really just leave the unit, empty just because we have the last month's rent. That's the last thing we want to do. So that is my spiel, so to speak.
Okay, thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
So, board, we have a break to take. We have a lot of people who want to say something, although it seems manageable at the moment. But we also have 12 items after this one. So, while we're breaking, let's think a little bit about how to bring it in some sort of discussion fairly quick after hearing from some other folks. Is that fair? I'm going to let you share some of that burden that I have.
Oh, I've got notes.
Good. Good to hear. Let's take a break till exactly 8:10. That gives us 12 minutes, luxurious 12 minutes. And next up, Tenant Barry Willis, Jason Cooper. After that, Trevor Stannis and Ananda, Dory Ham, Ralph. I won't go down the whole list. But. All right, let's break until 8:10. See you soon.
See you soon.
Stay with them. Do we have, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. I was in the wrong mode. Okay, we were continuing with taking some comments. Did anybody want to say anything concerning our rest time future? Any suggestions?
Well, so there are 11 people in the stack. And if they each get 3 minutes, that's 33 minutes. Plus, presumably, we will need some time to ponder and talk amongst ourselves.
I do want to, if anybody comes up who's already spoken, I'd like to make sure that everyone is first, a one-time speaker, I think. But I don't see anybody, just to be fair.
So Daniel, do you want to
So I guess I was thinking, like, could we maybe try and get this particular item wrapped up by 9 o'clock? Is that reasonable? I mean, I don't know.
It's a good goal. No, I think we really have to. We really have to.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to go to tenant Barry Willis. 3 minutes.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. Hear me? All right. Yeah, I wanted to read quickly a testimony that we sent.
Barry, could you tell us where you live? And
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm Barry Willis. I'm a tenant in West Brattleboro.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to read quickly a testimony that was published on the Tenants Union website. There's a news section there. And I organize on and off with the Tenants Union checking in. And this was an interesting one. So I'm going to go ahead and read that. I'm a tenant in Brattleboro and would like to add my experience to the voices weighing in on the Tenants Union of Brattleboro's security deposit proposal. Over the past 7 years, I have rented 5 different units in different places and gone periods of time with no housing. I want to tell you about my individual experience with security deposits and move-in costs. I've had to borrow money to pay for security deposits, move-in costs for 3 out of the 5 homes I've rented. My hardest experience was coming out of homelessness, wanting to stay in my community and not having the resources to, quote, pull myself up by my bootstraps in a scarce and expensive housing market. The other two times I had to borrow money for first-class security move-in costs, I was working full-time, and while I was able to afford the monthly rent of my new home, I still could not afford the upfront costs. Only twice have I been in the position where I can afford to move into a unit without taking on debt. I'm kind of frustrated hearing about how good landlords are providing quality housing because it doesn't really seem to match my experience. 4 of the 5 homes I've rented have had very serious issues such as groundwater flooding, electrical issues, black mold, unsound foundations, lead paint, and often a combination of these. This doesn't seem like an issue of a few bad landlords, but more a recurring problem where landlords are forced to live in poor conditions because they can't afford better, not because they don't want to. So I also want to speak to the quality of the homes I rented and what happened to those thousands of dollars my roommates and I have paid in security deposits over the years. My roommates and I were once deducted hundreds of dollars for carpet steam cleaning fees in a house where only a flight of 10 stairs and the only room at the top of the stairs, the smallest of 5 rooms, had carpet. We had no pets, so no allergens embedded in the carpet, and the stairs were trafficked mainly by the only one person who lived in that upstairs room, meaning that there was no damage beyond dirt or normal wear and damage or dirt beyond normal wear and tear. Seems more than a little unfair to me, and definitely put a dent in our ability to find funds to move into a new place. I've been deducted hundreds of dollars again for steam cleaning carpets in a house where the black mold problem was so bad that someone fell through a soggy wall while barely leaning on it, and orange fungus flowers grew through the paint in the downstairs shower. Why have I been responsible for paying for maintenance, normal wear and tear in a house that I paid so much rent to live in, while the landlord's long-term neglect caused structural compromise and mold-related health issues? I lived in a house that was sold while I and several other tenants lived there. At the end of our lease, the new landlords, who by the way had no idea what the place looked like at the beginning of our tenancy, deducted several $100s from our security deposit for the removal of 1 baseball glove, piece of plywood, and a glass jar, as stated on the dump receipt, and for minor wall and floor scratches. The new landlords then proceeded to totally gut and remodel the house within a month of us leaving. To add some more insult to that specific experience.
Barry, do you want to wrap up a little bit?
Yeah, sorry. I'll just kind of skim through this. The new landlords of the house were disrespectful of our space, both in a personal and legal sense. One occasion, they walked in totally unannounced while I was mostly naked, and when I told them that was not okay, and they legally had to give us proper notice, they argued with me about their rights to their house. Because we stood up for our basic rights on several occasions, they gave us a terrible reference when we tried to find a new home. Tenants risk so much when they ask that only their basic rights are respected and are often labeled as bad tenants just for standing up to themselves. That's my. I just want to really quickly wrap this one up because this is very important. I want to say that in my experience renting units where last month's rent was not an upfront cost, I nor any of my roommates have ever considered not paying our last month's rent. Why? Because we rely on the reference of our previous landlords to rent a new place. Landlords not only have the power to terminate our present tenancy, but can also make our future housing access extremely difficult. That is not something or I or anything I know.
We're going to go with Jason Cooper. And Jason, if you're available. Hello. How are you? It's a process. Oh, we can't hear you.
I can't hear or see.
I see Jason.
You see Jason?
Yeah.
I only see you and Liz and Daniel and Ian.
I see Jason, but I can't hear Jason. Is that the case with everyone else?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on speaker view, so I probably can't hear him because I can't see.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Patrick, if you're listening,
No.
It sounds like you have an internal mic you might have turned off, Jason. Like
the volume?
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes you have to choose your microphone.
For me, it's on my laptop. I can turn it off on accident on my laptop key.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Oh, now he's on mute.
Okay.
Jason, can you unmute?
Patrick will send you another request, but I think that's not the issue. It's probably your laptop.
Or desktop.
Mine is the F4 key, like if you hit the F4 key.
I was just thinking, why would I ever buy a desktop?
That's because you didn't know about the Rona.
Patrick, is there a way to unmute or send him a, he might have just muted himself again. Send him one more unmute. Okay.
What about calling in? That's a little simpler.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we still can't hear you. Okay.
And see if you can come
Circle back to him.
Yeah.
Jason, we will circle back if you think you can do a little investigation, or worst case scenario, you can call in, and I'll keep an eye out for a phone caller. But when you figure it out, please join us again and we'll lift you up. Thank you. We're going to go to Ralph next. Ralph?
Trade the break.
Hello?
Oh. Okay.
Hello.
My video. All right.
Great. Oh, hey, Ralph.
See me?
Ralph that I know.
Yep. You can
Hi.
see you.
So, I've been a landlord in town for 4 to 5 years. Some of Daniel's questions. For me personally, the security deposit is placed in an account and I don't touch it. I typically charge first, last, and security. The last month is in another account. So for that, each house, I basically have the checking account and 2 savings accounts. One is for last month's, one is for security, and then, of course, the checking account. As far as bad experiences, I've had 6 in the past 5 years. The most expensive being $15,000 to get the tenant out with damages. The most recent one was $2,400, and that was just simply the court costs, and it took just a hair over 3 months. And the tenant, of course, left all their belongings behind. So I had to store their belongings for 60 days. Unless you get written permission, you have to do that. For some of Brandie's concerns, my most expensive unit is $1,000. That includes heat and hot water. Everybody tells me I can charge more, but I don't have any mortgages, so I have some more room for margin that maybe newer landlords, you know, when you're paying $1,200–1,500 a month for a mortgage, your margin is narrowed down quite a bit. My building across from the drop-in center costs $21,000 a year just to sit there.
Mm-hmm.
Property taxes, water bill, heat. It's a huge building, and it drinks oil like a lot of people drink water. So I think I figured that out, that there's 5 units in the building. Just for it to sit there, the tenants, out of their monthly rent, $380 a month just for the operation of the building. Most of my 1-bedrooms are 7 1/4. The one that I charge $1,000 for is a 3-bedroom. That's my way of trying to help the less fortunate and people who are hopefully trying to get to the point in life to be able to purchase a building. I don't need to make any more money than that off the buildings. You know, I could jump it right up. I also have a second building on Terrace Street. Most of you folks, I think, Daniel, you're the only one I haven't met in person or talked to, but your coworker, Susan Howe,
mm-hmm.
I talk to her quite regularly.
Sure.
And I actually refer potential tenants that call me that don't have the funds to reach out to you folks, because you do have a program that if the tenant is able to sustain the building or the apartment, there's methods in which you assist with the security.
Mm-hmm.
So then, if that's the case,
oh, just take another minute since you did.
Okay, I'll wrap it up real quick. So that would leave it back down to just the 2 months that everybody typically needs to come up with. And as far as returning security deposits, I can say that the vast majority I don't return, only because there's no notice given. Sometimes the folks leave all their belongings behind. And even if it's not an eviction and somebody just walks out of their apartment, which I scratch my head all the time to figure out, I still store their belongings so that if in the next 60 days they want them back, you know, it saves me the disposal fee.
Yep.
But
I think Daniel had a question or hand up.
I did, yeah, just because like I really appreciated, Ralph, how like you made a point of answering those questions that I raised. So I'm kind of curious, like, if this proposed ordinance were to go into effect and, you know, there would be a limit placed on moving costs of just, you know, so it'd be a first month's rent and a security deposit equal to that or less, but, you know, probably not less, I imagine. How would that impact you?
Well, if it would not if a tenant's a good tenant, gives notice and doesn't create any damage, it wouldn't impact me a bit. But I do have a unit up there that had 3 separate folks living in it. It's a 3-bedroom, and one of the tenants left with only a week's notice, and he completely damaged. I had wall-to-wall carpet in the living room, and he threw something and it tore the carpet all up. His portion out of the $1,000 I charged for that was $334. replacing a carpet for that just isn't going to make it. Now, even though all three of them are technically responsible, but part of the reason, and I haven't really had any issues since I started doing the first, last, plus security, and I make efforts that I financed the last month. Although the other gentleman that said the town could come up with a loan fund, but I finance it myself and say, give me $50 a month, because my leases run year to year. So if they leave before the year's up, they lose their security anyways. And that's how I found that, one, the person's got to be able to afford the monthly rent.
Mm-hmm.
And then two, if their references check out, then I give them a shot.
Thanks, Ralph.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Daniel's question got answered. That was kind of you. I saw Jason Cooper pop up. I think, as promised, he should be able to say something. Patrick, could you, he's down in J. His hand is not up, but could you send him a request for joining us? And if it doesn't work, we'll go back to the top.
You hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I don't see you, but that's quite all right. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know how good my video or my internet connection is here. So thank you for putting up with my technical inabilities here. So a couple of things. One is that the stated purpose of this proposal seems to be because the rents are high, because there's a housing shortage, and because some states do have limits on security deposits. Brandie, I see you waving at me.
Only because I'm having a super hard, I'm only catching a little bit of your words, and I don't know if that's just me.
Well, I'm catching most. Everyone else?
Yeah, I can hear it okay.
I just didn't want you to get too far if it was all of us, but if it's just me.
It looks like Janet can hear too, so I'm going to invite, sorry, Brandie.
Sorry, Jason, I just couldn't hear.
I'm going to move slightly, and I may be able to get to a place where there's some slightly better reception.
Oh, it's getting better.
A little better.
Yeah.
Wandering around.
If it's a phone, maybe just put it down, just so we don't hear the fingers.
Okay, if that's better. So the three reasons it seems to be for this proposal is that because the rents are high, because there's a housing shortage, and because some states have limits on their security deposits. I'm trying to understand how this proposal would change any of those things. Oh gosh, I took some notes during this, and now I'm having a hard time reading them. I believe that property owners and tenants actually want the same thing, which is a decent, safe housing and for an agreed upon price. And I don't think that landlord and tenant relationship should be adversarial at all. I have been investing in rental properties in this community for over 30 years. And I've worked very hard to have a cooperative, constructive relationship with all of my tenants. I found it interesting that Bob Fisher, if I understood it correctly, said that Barry had voted to give up on their rental housing or their security deposit limits. And that Burlington, in the 35 years that they've been had that in effect, has only gone to court twice, and it was not necessarily related to the security deposit. It seems like a bureaucracy being put in place that's not really solving anything. And I think it was Daniel asked about the definition of security deposit, and I have a very clear understanding of that, I believe. A landlord-tenant relationship should be that the tenant pays for the rent and their expenses while they're there. They're not supposed to say that the security deposit is to be used for that. At the end of that, if they have performed the way the lease says, or the way they have agreed, the security deposit goes back in total to the tenant. It's the way it's supposed to work. If the tenant fails to perform as they have agreed to, then the tenant may use that for whatever failure of performance there is, whether that is they didn't pay the rent or they damaged the property and so forth. So I don't know if that helps to answer what that expectation was. It was also asked how often that landlords use the security deposit and how often is it returned completely. I would say that there are definitely many times that I have returned 100% of the security deposit. And when I do, I usually include a note on that to the tenant, thanking them very much for leaving the apartment in such good shape, because to some extent that is a rarity. Often we have what might be minor damage or cleaning. The tenant didn't have a chance to clean the oven, or they've damaged, there's a little damage to the wall or something when they moved a bureau to try and get it out. There's some cleaning. Often there's furniture that's left behind that we end up having to take out. So for us to have that apartment ready for the next tenant, there are expenses, and we do pass those on and take those out of the security deposit. Most of the time, that's what the deductions are. But I would say that once to twice a year, we get hit with somebody who stops paying the rent. And in this state, it takes months to get somebody out who does that. There's often severe damage, whether it's neglect or abuse. Sometimes there are truckloads of trash and furniture that need to be taken out. Those times it exceeds the security deposit. We charge first, last, and security. If somebody has applied to us who is just over the edge of our guidelines, but we think it's somebody who might be able to make it, we will sometimes negotiate a larger security. But that's because we feel we're taking a greater risk, and if they are interested, they have that as an opportunity. There are a lot of places in this town that will help with security deposits, and so we usually will refer them to one of those organizations. And I don't recall ever having somebody apply to us for an apartment and have the inability to get a security deposit or last month's rent to be a reason that they were unable to take the apartment.
Jason, out of fairness, I just have to ask you to wrap up if you could. You were asking questions.
So one last thing is that in this current time with this pandemic has been hard on everybody. One of the things that the tenants have gotten out of this is, out of the CARES Act, there is now money available to help tenants pay all of their back rent, whether it was from the pandemic or not. And also there is money available for people to get first, last, and security who need to move into new places. What landlords got out of the pandemic is we are now prohibited from taking any action in court to evict a tenant for any reason. This, if any time to institute something like this, makes no sense. The landlords are the people who are investing in this community and providing the rental housing. If there is a shortage, you don't want something that's going to make it less desirable for people to create more housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thanks for sticking in there and getting back with us. Let me go back to Mark. Welcome. You can just tell us where you live, if not Brattleboro, your relationship to Brattleboro, and if you can, turn on your camera.
Oh, I live down in Greenfield. I'm a landlord up in Brattleboro, 13 units.
Thank you.
So of course, so I want to point out, I answered a couple of the questions from earlier on, and then got a couple of the comments. Question was a number of tenancies that end badly. I just started owning units in Brattleboro beginning of this year. And unfortunately, when you take over a building, there are some, as people have been talking about, neglectful landlords. So one part of taking over a new building is having conversations with the tenants and saying, how are things going? And you talk to the neighbors, how are things going over next door? And invariably, tenants will point out that there is a tenant who is a real problem and makes the building not so copacetic, you could say. So as active landlords, my partners and I, we investigate the situation, make sure we know what's going on, and then we work to move out the tenants who, in fact, the other tenants are pointing out that there's an issue there. So those in Brattleboro or in Vermont, I also own apartments in Massachusetts. It's a 60-day notice if you're asking somebody to move out, where New York and Massachusetts are 30-day notice. So that is one process of ending badly is when it's time for the tenant to be moved out. Question, what happens to the money for security and last? It basically sits in the bank for that time. So we're not planning on using it for repairs or anything. It's just sitting there waiting and needed. And how often do we just return the security deposit? We try to return the security deposit whenever possible, especially if a unit has not been renovated by us. It's often in not as great shape. So we try to be understanding about chip paint, all these other kind of things. So that's kind of the answer on that, trying to do that. People have also talked about programs for security deposit. In Massachusetts, there's something called the RAFT program, which again, when we're choosing tenants, if they have a problem coming up with the last month of security, we refer them to that program. So my main point is, there's a lot of points made out there, is that it's important to keep a balance in the relationship, the legal relationship between tenants and landlords. And New York was brought up previous time by tenants who recently went kind of the same way this proposal was done. But it should be noted that in New York City, it wasn't unheard of for landlords to ask for 6 months rent ahead of time. And especially if you were from out of country, they were, it wasn't unheard of for New York tenants or landlords to ask for a whole year of rent. So those were, in the words of one of the tenants who was talking, those are egregious requirements to move in. I totally agree with that. But in New York, there's only a 30-day notice needed to end a tenancy at will if you're not on a lease. So Vermont currently has a 60-day notice to have a tenancy end. So to go to a situation where we have to give them 2 months notice to move out, but would only be able to hold on to the equivalent of 1 month's rent, creates an increasingly unbalanced situation. So currently, if it's a 2 months, we have to give notice, and then we'd have the 2 months equivalent with the security in the last month. That feels like a more balanced situation right now. So I would suggest if people did think that reducing to just a last month, not a security deposit, made sense, I would also suggest to reduce the notice time from 60 days down to a more balanced 30 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Patrick, if you could unmute Liz. And yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Something's weird. No.
Oh, I think we had Brett Holmes, unless something weird happened to the stack. Brett Holmes should be next. And Liz, are you unmuted now?
I'm all set now, thank you.
I'll
I see what happened there.
Oh, Liz and Liz.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry
about that.
That was our bad.
Brett Holmes, are you able to join us? I assume it's Brett. I see B.
Is that me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good to see your faces.
Good. It's good to see faces.
I would be happy to sit down with anyone and answer any questions. I feel like 2 minutes. I don't do well being rushed to come up with
3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Really profound points. But I actually want to thank all of you. I've talked with all of you a little bit, and I really appreciate what you're doing for the town and the time you take and to listen and talk. I've been very impressed with that. This is my first select board meeting and my third Zoom call, so I'm a real newbie here. And I just want to say thank you for your time and your energies and all that. I've been in Brattleboro for a long time, and Windham County, and I did social work for almost 20 years, troubled teenagers, autistic kids, Families First, Kendall Farm. And then I had my own business. And then because of a medical condition, I had to stop doing that and find another line of work. So I got into this property management thing. And when I tell people that, they're like, what? Are you crazy? You're a landlord in Brattleboro? Why would you do that? And I was like, oh, I love the town. I'm invested here. My kids are raising them here. And so I did find out that there's a lot of challenging things in this town. And I inherited some heroin dealers from out of state that were basically had pirated other people's apartments. And so, I really know there's so many great people in this community. I'm raising my family here because I love the people here. I love everything that happens here. But there are elements of this town that sometimes make it really, really can be dangerous and scary. But so I want to also I want to say thank you to Tub, the people there who chimed in, because I have to admit, when I looked at their website, I was really confused what the goal was. It's like they talked about one thing on Facebook, talked about pilgrims and Indians and white fragility, and there's a lot of issues going on, and it got really confusing of what their purpose is. I saw that they're anti-capitalist, and then I saw someone saying that they don't think housing should be run as a business. And so I'm wondering, are they like an anarchistic organization? Which is fine. If we're living in an anarchistic society, I'd like to know, because I can get down with tearing down the whole system, but if that's not happening, we all have to feed our kids too. So the building is a business. It's a small business, and the margins are small. They talk about it being an investment, and the investment is in Brattleboro. I own a one building in town where I owe $250,000 on it. So I'm not sitting on stacks of money. I'm sitting on stacks of debt. And so I am trying to bring this place up. It has a coal storage unit in it. Vermont has some of the oldest housing stock in the country. And I hear the need for housing. And I want to tell Brandie, actually, it's only going to get worse. The applicants we're getting now are like, yeah, we're trying to get away from the city. And it's only going to get.
I know.
And it's separate issues in a way, because I can only provide the units I'm responsible for. I would love to be involved with a project where we make artist housing downtown, like tiny homes under one roof. And we get people who are hip and making art and doing all the things that I love about Brattleboro that I used to do before I had a family.
I know that about you.
Before my ear got damaged. Mm-hmm. I would love to envision that, but we can't make more housing. And the gentrification, or whatever you want to call it, people are, every time that screen goes up and says COVID is bad everywhere except Vermont, believe me, in New York, in New Jersey, in Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia, people are coming to Vermont. So it's only going to get worse. And we can only provide the units we have. And this problem is going to get worse. So we really need to figure out a way to make more housing. And then the other problem is income. We need business. And I think with all this legalization of pot, there should be some way to get the town should get, if we're going to be regulating it, we should be able to get some money from all that stuff.
That's another issue, believe me.
I know. So I just don't want housing becomes more affordable. Housing becomes more affordable as soon as people have more money in their pocket. That's a real issue. People don't have enough money in their pocket, and we can't change our expenses on the building unless you guys want to cancel all our taxes.
I have to be the bad guy and cut you off there so that I can try to treat everybody equally here. But
it was really good to see you.
Yeah. Good to see you, Brett.
Good to see you, Brett.
And now we have Liz. Apologies that you got sort of on and then cut off, but I was trying to keep everybody the stacks.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Oh, wait, we hear you. Stand by.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, great. Okay, sorry. Brett was just, my name is Liz. I live in Brattleboro. Brett was just addressing my article, so hopefully I can bring some clarity. So what we're doing here today is we're addressing a national issue, right? Renting issues, homeless issues, et cetera. But we're doing it on a community level and in a really small way. And that's why we're here at the lowest level of government, trying to get an ordinance like this passed. I don't know if you would call that anarchist or if you would just call it hard work. But we've seen a lot of data on our side, coupled with a lot of compelling anecdotes that I think are more compelling and important to this story and to this ordinance than allowing a couple extra minutes to hear about money losses. So what we're trying to do is make baby steps towards social change. This is really just a start. This kind of social change happens when people with the least capital and the most vulnerability, such as the workers, the poor, the marginalized, work together for some kind of positive change. And when those who have more capital or fewer vulnerabilities support that change, it's either because they understand that a thriving people makes a stronger and better community, or because they're pressured by the masses to do so. So I just kind of want everyone to think about what side of that you're on today. Those who are fighting against this proposal, those who claim this ordinance will only further hurt the marginalized, those who are saying this will raise rents and strengthen background checks, those who are suggesting new ways to put the burden back on the people with loan programs. If those people truly feel like they provide housing and that they just don't buy it and collect other people's wages to pay for it, if those same people claim to be investing in their community and to be a uniting part of their community, what they should be asking is, how can I help? And one small way you can help is by listening to your community who are present here tonight and who have signed on to this proposal, and who are telling their stories, and contribute your support. I was going to get into kind of nitpicking what a couple of other people have said, but I'll just move forward by saying if your business of providing to this community is going to cease to exist due to an ordinance as reasonable as this one, it's not just happening in Burlington. It didn't happen just in Barrie for a long time and was apparently very uncontentious, as we've seen from the data, and was very narrowly voted out. Then what you need to do if this is going to end your business is you need to move the pressure upwards, not back downwards on the people who are struggling. You do the work that we're doing right now, proposing ordinances, collecting data, making arguments that are founded in more than just your own experience, and you pressure your government to support you supporting us. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Liz. We're going to go to Jody. And by the way, Daniel, when you said 11 people, I made 11 slots, so we're filling them. Okay, I just wanted to.
Where are we at?
Where are we at? Oh, we're at number 7 with Jody.
Hi, it's not Jody, it's Paul Normando. I'm sorry, I'm using my wife's computer.
Fine.
That's okay, because your lighting is kind of cool. I like it.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments, but one, first of all, I have a question. It is my understanding that the proposal being put forth includes requiring security deposits to be put in an interest-bearing account. Now, is my understanding correct, or is it not correct? And I haven't heard anybody speak to that, and that's one of the things I would like to speak to, if that is part of the proposal.
I think, and Peter will back me up if I'm incorrect, I think that's an option we have legally, okay, but it hasn't really been spoken to hardly at all yet. Mm-hmm. So that's something that we're going to discuss as soon as we're done taking some comments.
Well, I would like to speak against that for several reasons. One is that if you know what the interest rates are today, and if I could just throw out an example, if you have just as hypothetical, say you have $1,000 security deposit and you keep it in there for a year, and the current rates that I checked today were 0.01% at a local bank and for checking, and 0.03 for a savings account, that comes out to about 10 cents and 30 cents a year. Now that requires a lot of work on the part of the landlord to affect, to accommodate, to agree, not to. I'm trying to say what I can't think of the word, but to go along with the ordinance. I mean, I think it's absolutely ludicrous. It's creating a whole other set of problems that the landlord is going to have to take care of. And on top of that, you got to do a 1099 at the end of the year to give to the tenant. So you're going to have to calculate it and do all of that stuff. So the other thing I wanted to mention as a comment, and just listening to Liz a minute ago, I wasn't under the impression until tonight that, and it appears to me from what she said, that these are outside community organizers who have come here to, and I may be wrong, and she probably should be able to rebut that but the impression I had was that they're coming in here to organize tenants unions and to promote, and that part of her proposal is this now, but rent control later. Now, you want to really have problem with housings in Brattleboro, that would really create a disincentive for anybody to invest in housing in Brattleboro. It hasn't worked in any place else, but so that's another comment. Second one was that, I don't know if anybody, Meg Watts, I'm sorry, am I going over?
Just real quick, if you don't mind, I just want to have you wrap it up.
Meg Mott had a very interesting article in today's Reformer, and it was a headline: "Beware the urge to mandate," but not so much about focusing on the headline, but it said, things local a noble goal, it's worth remembering that many well-intentioned policies end up hurting the very people they were intended to protect. Now, she was talking about the Violence to Women's Act, but I think it could draw a parallel between, what happened, what she was proposing in that article, to what is being proposed here. You might be creating a situation that is going to end up being not in favor of the tenant. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if the rest of the board doesn't mind, I think I will probably correct the record. I haven't seen, the tub people do not come from outside of Brattleboro. They're by and large, everybody I've seen are certainly residents. I think, I don't want to have to get into a back and forth, but I think Liz was just referring to a role that tub is trying to play. Is that fair?
I think that's right.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to be fair, everybody should sort of
keep the conversation moving forward. I think it's a good clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm at slot number 8. So under this restriction, which we need some, I think we have 4 more slots.
Going over 9.
Or not. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Stephen is next. And you're welcome to join us. Hi, Stephen.
Hello.
Just let us know where you're from.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Hi, I'm Steve Heim. I'm a landlord in Brattleboro. I have about 49 units here. I'm just going to fire up some points here that I've been listening carefully. Just from the beginning, some of the ambiguity in the legality of all this. I guess, like, if you're going to vote tonight, you really have to take that into account if you're prepared to move forward based on some of those unresolved issues on what a security deposit actually is. the other thing that really needs to be thought through is the Housing Review Board and how those hearings are going to be constructed and at what cost, and where those finances will come from, and where those volunteers will come from. If you're going to split it like Barry does, or like Burlington did with, equal parts tenants, landlords for these hearings, I mean, that's people's valuable time. It's hard to come by these days. So just logistically, how that is going to work, it just seems like that's going to be tough. And it might be why Barry got rid of it. The other thing is if one third of Brattleboro renters are project-based or Section 8 voucher holders, that's a lot. And I think that's more than most towns, I would say, in Brattleboro. It's for a town, 11,500 people in Brattleboro, 1/3 is project-based or Section 8 voucher holders. So I think Brattleboro is really doing a lot. It's really doing a large share of creating housing. And when Brandie was saying that there's 12 to 18-month waiting list, well, when you're offering $400 and $500 apartments, that line is never going to get shorter. That's just supply and demand, and it's supply and demand that the free market, that the market economy competes with on a daily basis here. And when we talk about the threat of gentrification, I'm not seeing that. I listened to Earl and Barry talking about 20 responses to apartment ads. I have never seen that here. Like I said, I run 49 units. I only manage what I own. And in 4 years, I've never seen that kind of response for an apartment on Craigslist, ever. And one thing I've really noticed about Brattleboro is that when you have a really nice apartment and you break that $1,000 threshold for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, demand sort of falls off a cliff above $1,000. And you could end up waiting.
Just wrap it up soon if you don't want to.
Okay,
Sorry. Trying to be fair.
Okay, talking about cost burdened. They're 55% cost burdened. Well, where are those costs coming from? It's really just, it's math. When you're running this building, you have a certain percentage of expenses. And I'm also a landlord outside of Portland, Maine, and I've been a landlord in Boston and the Philadelphia area. And I can tell you Brattleboro expenses are higher than all three. So in Brattleboro, for a 3-unit building I have here on Green Street, the taxes are about $8,000. That's almost 3 months gross rent goes right to municipal and school tax. It goes right to Brattleboro. So if we're talking about bringing prices down, those prices are built in, and there's a lot of services that Brattleboro votes to provide every year. And because of all those services and all the things, the fact that we don't have any natural gas infrastructure, it's a lot of things. But it's built into the rental price. That's just what it is. It's not greed. These margins are not huge. And if you paint your building or you do any sort of capital improvement that makes it more beautiful, you may not make any money for a year or two because of that.
I have to cut you off. You feeling okay about that?
I'm feeling okay, but real quick, if you enact this law and then so the last month's rent is paid on the last month, then the tenant has to pay the last month rent and then come up with 2 months for the new apartment they're moving to. It's still 3 months rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. I just want to point out that I have been stretching it to 4 minutes for just about everybody.
Sucker.
I wish you hadn't brought up painting. I'm so depressed about painting. Who's next? Tenant Monica.
Mm-hmm.
Monica, can you join us?
It's unmuted. Oh, shit.
We can hear you.
Hey, everyone. Sorry about that technical difficulties. I'm reading this letter on behalf of a tenant, Jivan, who was forced out of their home in Brattleboro from April 30th, 2019 to September 30th, 2020. They rented an apartment from Bob Remy Powers at 33 Oak Street in Brattleboro. She says, during my time there, I discovered the place to be in such disrepair as to warrant extreme health risks. Broken glass was never picked up. The building had a 3-year standing bed bug infestation. My fire escape was blocked and had to be used for trash storage, as adequate waste removal was not supplied. And there were plumbing holes in the walls so large that mice and squirrels would be able to run back into the walls still attached to their glue traps. Multiple bathrooms in the building were moldy, and my apartment had a rotten and unsecond floor due to extremely poor ventilation and upkeep between tenancies. Bob Remy Powers was made aware of these issues and only responded with aggression towards me and made no moves to make repairs for me or other tenants in the building. The health inspector, at my request, performed an inspection on August 10th, 2020, and his report can be provided. At the time of my leaving, not a single repair had been made, and Remy Powers had canceled the reinspection. There was a shard of glass hanging from a broken window directly over the entrance to the building. The last EMP compliance report on the building was a forged document in 2017, with no proof that the building has been made EMP compliant yet. Right now, there's a pile of infested mattresses and couches in the backyard of the building because Remy Powers had refused to take responsibility for the well-being of tenants. The rent on my unit was $1,100 with a $50 on-time discount and a security deposit of $1,200. It cost me $2,250 to move into a unit that was not even considered habitable housing. The entire security deposit was returned to me at the time of my move out, with the caveat that I had to wait a few days to deposit the check because, quote, he did not have the money just yet, unquote. I cannot see any reason for tenants to pay that much for housing that cannot be guaranteed to be even adequate, with no system in place for landlords to be held accountable for what they are doing with the money paid to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trevor, Stennis, and Ananda.
Hi.
Ooh.
Hi. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit of a
More cool lighting.
nothingness here. Okay, I'm just going to read a quick statement, just kind of in response to a lot of what's been said tonight already. Okay, so first and foremost, just on a general note, I just feel like I have to ask, who is it that the select board chooses to validate or invalidate? Why is it that landlords are consistently and continuously asked clarifying questions, offered more time, asked if they're all right with being cut off, and given thankfulness for their input, while it seems that tenants are over and over again asked to wrap it up and move along? The idea that the landlord is more valuable to the community than the tenant is at most classist and at worst violent. I think that it is important to point out that given the consistent commentary given by landlords that their response to this ordinance would be to raise rental prices or enact stricter profiling when screening and selecting a prospective tenant, the charging of last month's rent could rightly be considered an application fee in that it would be used to vet tenants for financial security and proprietary status, which is a fact the town lawyer noted at the beginning of this entire meeting and was ruled to be so in court in the cases in Burlington that he mentioned. It's absolutely in the interest of low-income and medium-income folks alike to bar these types of application and screening fees, which are based on little more than social prejudice, in my personal opinion. Under this ordinance, landlords are more than welcome to pursue their legal right to sue for last month's rent in court. It has not been my personal experience that courts favor tenants over landlords in any way. The worst case scenario for a property owner is the loss of financial profit and investment, whereas the worst case for a tenant is houselessness and societal rebuke. Nowhere is it being said that tenants should be exempt from paying rent. I feel like that's coming up a lot tonight. It is simply being argued that last month's rent should be paid during the last month of inhabitants. No one gets their last paycheck in advance when they take a new job. Several landlords tonight complained about how long it takes to settle a dispute in small claims court. Perhaps down the line, the creation of a housing review board, which has also been mentioned tonight, could mitigate any clashes that happen regarding this matter. It is already state law that a security deposit is not to be used as last month's rent unless agreed upon by both rental parties in advance. Just doing a few quick calculations here on my own, I revealed to myself and hopefully to you that in Brattleboro, in order to have a medium single bedroom apartment and not be rent burdened, you would have to make $23 an hour at 40 hours a week consistently. So just like in response to Liz's comment that this is not a rent issue, but rather an income issue, I would agree that most workers deserve to be given higher wages for their hard work. Given that it seems that it will be quite a while before a state minimum wage of $23 an hour will be adopted, this rent ordinance seems all the more necessary, at least to me. I personally don't think that someone should have to pay rent for any month that they are not actually living in the apartment that they're being charged rent for. Landlords are welcome to collect rent at the first of the month in order to prevent any confusion, or as I think you, Tim, yourself suggested at the last proposal meeting, your protocol is that you make the security deposit itself lower than 1 month's rent in order to make it clear to tenants that it is not to be used as a rent substitute. I think there are a lot of ways that we can make this very clear. I would again point out that it is absolutely a landlord's market out there. I doubt anyone would go more than a month without having multiple candidates interested in renting any empty apartment in Brattleboro anyway. The landlord who spoke before me mentioned that they see a drop-off after $1,000 for an apartment. Perhaps this is an indication that rental prices inhibit the amount of renters that are able to become part of our community. I am sure that you would see more renters applying if you stopped charging last month's rent. Landlords have themselves admitted over the course of this meeting that many of them do not even pay mortgages anymore and simply collect passive income from properties that they operate. You know, for a lot of people, $800, it means life or death. I don't think that people who would not be put in a life or death situation if they had to give up $800 should be the voices that steer this decision. Ordinance should be used to protect the lowest common denominator in terms of vulnerability. Housing is not a business. I cannot state that emphatically enough. It is a human right. Any suggestion that it is anything else is an act of violence against the poor, the marginalized, and the most vulnerable of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one slot left and then a chat to have. Let's do that with Tenant Danny. Hello? I might hear somebody, but maybe not.
Doesn't look like they've been unmuted yet. There it is.
There you go.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh,
yes.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. This is Dornham speaking. I got kicked off the list, so I'm using my partner's connection. Hello. So there's a couple things I want to say. First of all, I did want to just say that it was a little distressing listening to a lot of landlords that moved here to have business. They speak clearly from having never lived from a place of low income. And they spoke very much as if they know what it's like for people of low income. And I, as a teacher here, born and raised in this community, teach a lot of your children. It's very interesting because I feel like landlords have more importance than someone who is low income like myself, who serves a place in this community. So it just was very, it was very sad because I did feel like that landlords were given the priority and that money is always given that priority, and they're seen as giving more to this town than people of low income who work and are raised and will want to live and die in this town. And I can say that if I ever lost my apartment, I'd be forced to move out of this town. So it's very, very showing where the power lies and where the power is given. I will just say, I wanted to speak on the argument that this ordinance will negatively impact the landlord's ability to offer housing to residents of Brattleboro. The argument that we continually hear is that the security deposit, which I'd like to make very clear, the landlords are still receiving, is used to recoup the cost of damages that the tenants may cause to the property. That is all well and good, but the lack of security deposit or unpaid last month's rent is not the cause of the horrible conditions many tenants are facing in Brattleboro. TUB has engaged in a lot of data collection, and the data we have found suggests years of neglect on many of the rental properties in Brattleboro. It also suggests that the largest landowners are doing the least to maintain their properties. We want to get into the debate that renting out properties is an investment and the security deposit protects the investment, then we cannot ignore the properties like 33 Oak that are infested with bed bugs, untreated lead paint, black mold, or dangerous electrical issues, just to mention a few common issues found in Brattleboro units. We even have evidence of some tenants being asked to not let inspectors enter their units. These major problems aren't an issue of security deposits. These are proof of years and years of neglect. If the security deposit, which again, landlords will still be receiving, and last month's rent are meant to be used to maintain these homes, then why isn't this happening? The purpose of this proposal is not to make it more difficult for landlords to perform upkeeps on their units, but rather to make it easier for tenants to find and afford the buy-in to housing at a time when arguable access to housing is more important than ever. Landlords will still be receiving the same amount of money. They will just be receiving the last month's rent during the last month of tenancy. I have never even told my own story, which is the fact that I was forced to move into a place because I could not afford last month's, and I got pneumonia when I was living there during a time when I was sitting in my kitchen having to turn the stove on in the winter and like put quilts over the blankets and doors to stay warm because I could not afford a nicer apartment that required first, last, and security. I was forced to take what I could get. It's so important here that the landlords and the tenants do not just match up as a one-to-one argument ratio. If you talk about being equitable, Tim, it's very important that you represent that being equitable. Thank you.
The crickets.
Thanks, Doran. Good timing. Okay. Board, so we have a lot of business ahead of us. We also have a lot of business within this business. Mm-hmm. We have some things to address even before we could move forward with this. I'm wondering if we could check in with Peter to remind us of our list, because we haven't really talked about the housing board idea. We haven't addressed the interest-bearing account idea. Mm-hmm. What else, Peter?
From Bob's memorandum?
Yeah, sorry. Not your memorandum.
Yeah, so there's the basic question is whether you want to regulate the amount that can be requested for a security deposit.
Yes, of course.
And then the interest bearing, as you mentioned, and the Housing Board of Review. I think those are the three primary questions. Bob and Sue are both still in the meeting if you need to call upon them any further.
Okay. Yeah, just, sorry, reaching a point of exhaustion, so just trying to
I think it's
double
the right
check
time.
where we were heading. Ian has his hand up. Thanks, Brandie.
Yeah, so I think we should just get a sense for where the board's at this point. You know, we've heard a lot from the community. We've heard from Sue, we've heard from Bob. And I'll make it easy and I'll just start and say that I'm in support of this, both the ordinance and the creation of the Housing Board of Review Committee. I believe the numbers speak for themselves. 50% of Brattleboro people are tenants. 55% of tenants are considered burdened, cost burdened, or severely cost burdened. I have taken the time to speak to many landlords, some who do charge first, last month and security deposit, and some who don't. I believe that the creation of the Housing Board of Review Committee can help to mitigate some of the risk that the current process that some landlords enact, which is charging the first, the last, and the security deposit. It can mitigate some of that risk without having to charge the last month's rent. I don't think it does all. I don't think it's perfect. And I think that I was elected to be on this board to provide a perspective as a young person in Brattleboro who is trying to make it here. And I think that one of the voices that I don't think has been heard as much is not necessarily extreme low income, but also middle to low income people who do have a savings account but maybe have to empty it to be able to pay 3 months rent. And we all know, based on this pandemic, that having those safety nets are critical. And I really believe that this will positively affect so many people in this town. And I also think that it is not the golden ticket to solving the housing crisis in Vermont. And I believe that as long as I'm on this board, I am going to continue to be working with landlords and with tenants to move us in a direction to have more equitable housing, to have more housing. And, it's just one step. And so I've heard tonight frustration from both sides on a lot of issues that have to do with housing in Vermont. And that is a journey that we are all going to have to continue to work and strive towards a better future for this town. And this is one step. But to use the fact that we have a huge housing crisis here to essentially block any kind of progression, it just does not, it's not an argument that holds much water for me. So I would urge the board to vote for this. And we can hammer out, I think the last question would be about the where you put the security deposit, if you put it into, I'm happy to, I'd be happy to bang that out and discuss it now so that this could have its first hearing, public hearing for the next Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. So that's where I'm at. And I'm sorry I just talked for so long.
I don't know. Brandie's hand is up.
So when I'm talking to myself about this proposal, I'm asking myself a lot of questions. One is it pragmatic and reasonable for a municipality in the state of Vermont, which is a Dillon's Rules state, to look at whatever very few options we have to help make our housing more affordable? And I would agree with Ian that in this case, I'm not always speaking about our lowest income housing, because there are some programs that are accessible. And the hope is that the rental inspection program that we put in place would hopefully offer additional protections to people who are living in these apartments that were not kept up to par. And I can tell you that I've stepped my little 2 feet into those apartments on behalf of clients, and I know exactly where they are and exactly what up to par means. But if I'm thinking a little bit above that to the lower middle class, regular middle class, I'm thinking, this is the one thing. There's not a lot we can control as a municipality. We can't enact rent control in Brattleboro. We can't control the livable wage. I really have very little care for a minimum wage, the minimum that somebody can pay you, $15 an hour. A livable wage 3 years ago when I looked it up was $26 an hour. So I just have no interest in a minimum wage conversation. The other thing I ask myself is, does more money up front always mean safer? And I'm going to let you know right now that I am a highly intelligent woman with almost no money, and I've always been able to borrow the first, last, and security, but that doesn't mean that I've ever known that I can always make every month's rent. I'm a hustler, so I do make that rent. I pick up side jobs. I do what I need to do. But just the fact that I handed you $4,200 to move into a unit does not mean that my ability to pay rent falls within federal, state, or even any guidelines. It just means that I need to be housed because I'm a human and I have children. The other question I ask myself is, since we're discussing the free market and private landlords, is it on a philosophical level, and this is a big question, should the free market be in charge of meeting an essential human right? I mean, I remember being in elementary school learning about food, water, shelter at the same time that I was super gluing sugar cubes together to make my art project. These are human rights. We in this country for generations have treated them as privilege to be housed. That's not what it is. So what you're asking me to do is trust private citizens in a free market to provide an essential human right. And I'm not necessarily there yet. And I'm also troubled by the threats from some landlords to me about how they'll make it harder for certain humans to access that right. And so I think about all those things and the data and the multitude of papers and sticky notes of math that I have around about what different income levels look like with different gross and net pays to be able to afford to live in Brattleboro. And on that basis, I support this proposal. Thank you.
Everybody's raising their hand so nicely. Daniel.
You do it not nicely, I guess. But there's
No,
no
I mean,
need for that.
like in order. It's just
Yeah.
Not
okay.
nicely.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. So I spent a lot of time thinking about it. I, a little bit like Brandie, but not quite as much, have some knowledge of what it's like to be a pretty low income renter in this town. You know, that's through my professional life. It's not my personal life. I have some knowledge of being a renter in this town personally as well, but my experience was mostly pretty straightforward and fine. You know, at Sevka, we serve a lot of folks. It was mentioned by a few people earlier, helping them pay for a security deposit, helping them with back rent, and occasionally helping them with first month's rent. We also operate a housing resource center that helps people apply for various programs and get on various wait lists. And then we do a lot of case management where we talk to folks and help them through the process of trying to find an apartment and move into an apartment. And that's the work. I know that reducing the amount of money required to move into a property won't magically create more units in town. And it won't necessarily mean that it's more affordable once you get past that first month. But I think that it is a small gesture that we can make towards improving affordability. And for that reason, I have decided to come down in favor of it. I think the Housing Board of Review would also be a helpful thing to have for resolving landlord and tenant disputes. And hopefully that would be a less costly proposal for landlords and tenants than going to court. And my understanding is that Board of Review would have like a quasi-judicial role and would be able to, make rulings that have some weight to them. I thought Paul's comment on the interest-bearing account was interesting, and I heard him. And whilst I would sort of say, like, when it's your money sitting there in somebody else's bank account, that you should kind of get whatever interest accrues on it. And also the reasonableness, like, I know that savings accounts are pretty useless and don't really give you much of a return on $900 over the course of a year. So I don't know what we can do about that. I'm open to discussion. I also, I heard from some landlords around the idea of loans, and sometimes it was loans to tenants and sometimes it was loans to landlords. I think somebody earlier made a very good point that if a tenant was needing to get a loan in order to secure a tenancy, that would put them in a less favorable position. And I think I would fall down on the side, if we were to create a loan fund, that it would be for landlords to help with, I guess, liquidity or repairs or recovering, losses. So I'd be in favor of that. So I think I've covered all the main points. So that's where I'm at.
Liz? Yeah.
Liz. Okay, so I'm listening carefully, and I believe that what we have is two problems. We have an income issue and we have a supply issue. And I don't really, I think this proposal is other. So yes, we need, on a national scale, and also right here in Brattleboro, we need to raise the minimum wage. We can have a livable wage. We could reduce student debt. According to our senator, that's what's on the ballot on November 3rd, to have a president and a Congress that can do those things. The minimum wage in Vermont right now is $10.96, which is not helpful to anybody. So, you know, that's on the ballot too with our state legislator and our governor. What can the select board do for this? You know, we've made sure that our town staff and the day labor program, you know, honor a $15 minimum wage. And in that case, we've led by example. I would be in favor of either of the program that Daniel just talked about a loan program for landlords or a loan program for tenants. But in terms of a supply issue, you know, the data that the town staff provided shows that we have a low vacancy rate. And that means that we should be encouraging more rental units. We have both nonprofit housing and free market housing. And what the select board has done is we have spent a lot of our, you know, the money that we have to use, this federal pass-through money is really all we have to work with. But what we've done is leverage that amount so that the select boards in the past 10 years has given $500,000 in grants and $250,000 in loans. And then that in turn has been leveraged to allow the state to give almost $2 million and federal and private entities an additional $13 million in Brattleboro nonprofits. So a third of renters in Brattleboro live in some sort of subsidized unit. What we have to do is encourage more market housing. And I don't see how this program is going to do that because it's so easy. I mean, we want to encourage housing. And the other thing that the select board and the planning commission have done is, you know, try and encourage renters. New rental units. And every accessory unit that's proposed, I mean, we need to encourage and support landlords or those units will turn into, you know, Airbnbs or something. I mean, we really need to have a process where both nonprofit and market housing are encouraged. And I just don't see how this proposal will do that. We're going to have a housing study, and maybe we should wait until this housing study can inform us better on what the most effective way to improve our housing. And I am not in favor of this proposal.
Well, I think it's my turn.
It's your turn. You're up.
So I, you know, along with Brandie, I wrote something about my concerns with this proposal.
And thank you for doing that.
Thank you for your. So there's some nuance here that we've learned tonight that has changed my thinking a little bit. But I still return to some of my themes that you might have read if you read my commentary. And I'll throw out a question Ian doesn't need to answer, but I still return to, is this the right tool? And is this the proper tool for the Brattleboro Select Board to use to solve this problem? Let's all agree, and I think we do all agree, that many people have issues paying the upfront costs of tenancy. It's one of the reasons why, as a small-time, reluctant, as I described, landlord, I choose not to ask for last month's rent. I also make my security deposit, as someone mentioned, $50 less than the first month's rent, or the rent per month. And I do that because it's an issue of fairness, but I also have the luxury, unlike some landlords, to do a lot of upfront work making sure that people are, you know, can afford it. And I take the first person that can really qualify, but I have to be careful, very careful, because I don't have that little buffer that, as many landlords said, can really just disappear entirely if you have a problem tenant. The question I would ask Ian is this ordinance really the tool, and why isn't, as George Carville first suggested, I think, as several landlords have suggested, why isn't it a better tool for us to use, at least try first, for us to use a housing assistance program, an assistance program is directly designed for getting into your first-time housing, that people would apply for, and the money would go to the landlord. It would solve the problem of the landlord's risk that they are taking, and it would also solve the problem of the huge amount of sometimes the huge amount of costs renters have going in. It seems to me that the risk to us, to our town and everyone, of driving up rents is a real one. Because I don't interpret it as a threat. In fact, tonight's, if you notice, the landlords we heard from, I didn't hear a lot of threatening language from them at all. I heard, some real statements about market forces and how it is a business. And honestly, I can see both sides because I have been a renter in Brattleboro and now I'm a landlord in Brattleboro. I definitely see both sides. But behind both of these sides, I see people, real people that are our neighbors. And I mean, it's such a tight-knit town that we all knew like every other person who spoke, right? And Brandie knew a lot of the landlords, and doesn't mean she has to agree with the landlords, but
I actually liked several of the landlords, or at least a few that spoke tonight.
Right.
Especially George.
And Steve Heim, who I don't think I've met in person, or maybe very briefly. I didn't realize that was Stephen Heim because it was Stephen or whatever. And we don't really have a connection, except we disagreed about something early when I was on the board. But he bought the properties that I first, you remember the Cassidys, does folks know the Cassidys? They sold their properties to Steve Heim. So the Cassidys to me were amazing landlords. I don't remember what their policies were on first, last, and rental, but they were really nice people. They worked with me. I actually rented from them first in my house, living situation, and then in my business. Very decent people who were partners, like somebody was saying. Just jettisoning some of this stuff. Brandie said, you said, should the free market determine human rights? Absolutely.
Well, should the free market be in charge of fulfilling human rights?
Yeah.
Not determining, but
yeah.
But yeah,
absolutely not. I completely agree with that. Housing is a human right. But we must, as the Brattleboro Selectboard, understand that we don't control the markets. We don't control capitalism.
No.
And if we are indeed going to make a positive step to help tenants out, is this the right step? And I continue to believe that this is not the right step. I use the analogy, it's not a scalpel that we're helping the patient with, it's a chainsaw. It's an overly blunt tool to accomplish what we need to accomplish, and that is to help tenants out and to get them into an apartment, and to also not make the rental market even more competitive and tough, with landlords thinking, as Liz pointed out, maybe I don't want to deal with this. If I can't get my last month's rent, they're just going to make an internal decision, not threatening. They're going to say, let's see if I'll sign up for Airbnb, and I don't have to deal with any of that. I don't have to deal with people generally smashing things up or not paying their rent. It's a very set program, and that removes that apartment from the rolls. I think it's going to increase risk to the landlord. I wanted to say that the interest-bearing account, I think, is silly, and it's an undue burden because it's not really going to affect anyone. I mean, if requiring a separate account makes sense to a landlord, believe me, with more than 2 or 3 units, I would imagine, because it kind of trains you not to spend something you have to return to the tenant anyway. But I think there's absolutely no reason not to try a move-in loan program of some sort. We have an RHIP, the Rental Housing Improvement Program.
Yes.
It comes from program income, and it's designed for people, middle-income people who want to add to the rental market in Brattleboro, which is what we want them to do, to create a new unit. And it's, you know, it's like, it's a loan. The RHIP, I believe, is a loan. There's some grant programs. But if we have these monies coming through program income, not tax money, that's important. We have these programs for landlords. Why don't we make a similar program for tenants instead of throwing out these, like, this hammer that's going to maybe not solve the problem and possibly turn us into more like Burlington, the only city that has this program, the type of which we are considering, has rents that are across the board, I have the numbers right here, $200 to $300 higher. Now I know it's apples and oranges, they have a huge market from colleges and stuff like that. But it's very hard to get apples to apples, I think. Let me just wrap this up.
Okay, I just have a question for you, that's all. When you're done. When you're finished.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I honestly feel like this is, the intention here is amazing. I love the tub intention. It's, you know, it's interesting because the activists should be pushing us to do things that solve these problems. That's really an activist job. But it's the Brattleboro Selectboard's job to figure out what is going to solve the problem without destroying a market, I believe. Because we swim in a sea of capitalism as much as any of us might hate it, right? We have to deal with the reality because we can't really just create this wall around Brattleboro and not be affected by the outside world. It's never gonna act like that. And if we institute this and the market starts to collapse, people start to make the wrong choices when it comes to investing in Brattleboro. And I'm sorry, it is an investment, especially when you're starting out as a landlord. I pay my mortgage and I wait for those checks to come in so that I can pay my mortgage. Anyway, I think it's the wrong tool for the job. I continue to think that. And I think that was it, pretty much. I think we threaten our rental market if we go through with it. And the old saying, the road to heck is paved with good intentions. There's good intentions abound, but I don't like what I see as a pretty probable outcome in my view. Brandie.
To heck. That's what we're sticking with for tonight?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So can you remind me of the acronym you just said for our is it RHIP?
Yeah, it's the Rental Housing Improvement Program.
Okay.
It's a loan, but it's a super reasonable loan. I think it's...
I know. I printed it out and left it in my car, and I'm not going out there. It's freezing. I think it's a great idea, and I think my question was, my question before I printed it in my mind was, is it easier to have a fund that the landlords apply to? Because if we have a fund that tenants apply to, then do we then have to administer income level? And would it be easier, and this is before I printed it off, would it be easier for a landlord to be able to say, dude, this person threw an air conditioner through the wall and then moved out and I need help and here's the bill to prove it? And in my mind, I said, yes, that's way easier to administer. But then when I printed it out, it said it couldn't be used for reimbursement purposes. And then I felt stuck because I actually thought the idea of landlords applying to a fund with a bill that clearly showed damages, maybe if we had to inspect it with a health inspector, we could, was easier to administer than like, do we have income requirements for tenants and what are they submitting? And so I kind of got stuck there.
Yeah. Well, Liz has her hand up. Liz, do you mind if I just take a quick comment on that?
I was just going to get in this conversation, so when you're done.
Absolutely. It just feels to me that gets into a laying blame situation where the program suggested by George Carville and others would be more of like, you just apply, you tell why you're applying, and then it would be limited to probably one time, because when you think about it, once you're in the last month's system, you
so I
should
get
be
confused about that too. So I'm renting from Prem. Sorry, Prem, put you on the spot right now. But let's pretend now I'm moving into your apartment, right? So I paid first, last, and security to Prem. And now I'm like, Tim's got a more proper apartment for me. And so I'm going to go over to Tim. I still have to pay you first, last, and security. And I guess what I'm just banking, right? Well, let's pretend that you actually charge that.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. You were a bad example, but you know what I mean. So now I'm coming over to new Tim, who charges first, last, and security. And I'm saying, I'd like to rent this apartment. But I still have to come up with those 3 months for you, because I live paycheck to paycheck. And so what I'm hoping is, I'm hoping that Prem, I've lived here now for like 4 years and paint's chipping. I'm hoping that Prem's going to find all of that to be reasonable wear and tear and give me back my security deposit. And then I have to come up with just first and last month for you.
Well,
so I'm confused about this rollover last month. That confuses me, because I've been renting since 1998 and I've always had to come up with first, last, and security.
The idea of last month's is you've paid for last month's in advance, so you don't pay that last month. So your work check goes entirely to the next apartment.
But what part of it? Because I'm still going to come up with your first month. I'm still going to come up with your last month. And then I'm just hoping I get back Prem's security to add that third payment, right?
I'm not sure I'm understanding. The last month would
last month frees me up from paying Prem again, but it doesn't free me up from giving you 3 payments. And the only way I can ensure that I feel less burden from giving you those 3 payments is if Prem guarantees he gives me back my security.
The idea with the last month is that you would be able to apply your income of the last month's, having not paid the last month. You would apply it to the next rental.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Liz?
I was just thinking that these are all interesting ideas, and maybe we want to ask, Bob Fisher if he wants to explore this, the George Carvel plan or the RHIP landlord loan plan, and see if there's other options that we think are better suited to the problem, are better solutions to the problem.
Oh, I realized I should have stated I'm still in favor of the proposal on top of the questions I asked. Sorry, didn't.
Yeah.
So I would be ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I would move that we strike from the proposed rental housing security deposit ordinance, Article 5, from Section 8-73 security deposits, number 2, the line that says, it starts with the security deposit may not exceed the amount of 1 month's rent for the unit rented. And then beginning at and, that we strike and shall accumulate interest with an interest rate at least equivalent to a current Vermont banking, blah, 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 blah. So strike that line, the rest of that sentence.
Got it.
And this deposit shall not be used by the tenant as the last month's rent unless otherwise specified in a written lease agreement between the parties. So I wanted to point that out, that language is explicitly in the proposed ordinance, which I think was a discussion that's been had a number of times tonight about, like, would it be used and would it not be used? And we're saying explicitly in this that it's not. That when you enter into a lease agreement, that you pay every month's rent, and that the security deposit is a refundable amount of money that you put down so that the landlord can cover damages to the unit and can make it rentable again. And if there are no damages, then it's refunded back to you at some amount. So my motion is to strike that one line from it, and then to have the proposed ordinance as written by Bob be read for its first hearing at the October 20th, 2020 Select Board meeting.
So that's your friendly amendment
Uh,
in political speak.
I don't move the friendly amendment because it's to my own motion. I guess it's my friendly amendment to Bob Fisher's.
I need somebody to walk me through that because I was
Peter's hands up.
Peter.
Actually, I was just going to ask the same thing. I was going to ask Ian a clarifying question because I didn't understand when you were sort of deeper into the details in the first couple of sentences of what you said. And then I thought I understood at the end very clearly that what you're suggesting is that we bring back for first reading, October 20th, the ordinance as it was presented to you this evening by Bob with one change. And the one change is the removal of the sentence, "This deposit shall not be used by the tenant as the last month's rent unless otherwise specified in a written lease agreement between the parties."
No.
Correct?
No.
I would like it to be exactly as presented, striking the second portion of the sentence that reads, and shall accumulate interest with an interest rate at least equivalent to a current Vermont bank passbook savings account. To strike, so keep the first half
so
of
immediately prior, the sentence immediately prior to that sentence.
Right. I apologize. I just got excited about that last sentence because I felt like it was an important thing that we weren't we talked about.
That's why I was confused. I was misunderstanding it. So
I got excited. I had a really, tight thing to say.
That's how I understood it. It was about the interest bearing account.
That's my motion.
Reg D. It was about Reg D.
Daniel has something, and then I just before you
go ahead.
towards the vote, I want to make it really clear. I'm sorry if I'm the only one who has become confused, but I want to make sure that the five of you know that you share an understanding of what's before you.
Yeah.
Please.
Why don't you go ahead? Mine was more a comment about, well, I might as well just say it now. It's halfway out my mouth. So Ian, yes, I am I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. And as I've already kind of said, and I also just kind of want to pour some cold water on the kind of this deposit shall not be used by a tenant as last month's rent unless otherwise specified in a written lease agreement. That's in tenancy agreements, and it happens, right? And some of the landlords are talking about and what is the recourse, right? And the recourse is expensive and time consuming. And I just wonder, and I sort of hope that the Housing Board of Review might be able to help with some of that a little bit.
I love that idea.
But I don't know if that'll even be possible. I wish it was as simple as it is written thus, so this is how it will play out. But life ain't like that.
Liz.
Are we all clear on what we're voting on? And is the public clear? Because, Bob presented something to us. We've all read it, but it wasn't really presented in terms of what it all entails. And maybe we should have at least a summary statement of what it is that has been proposed.
Okay. Would you like Peter to do that, Liz?
Unless you're volunteering, Ian.
I always like Peter to do it.
I would also be happy to do it as it being my motion, but maybe Peter can do a better job.
So I'm happy to take a stab at it. I will say there's a reason why we lean so heavily on Bob. We often do a piece of staff work and check our work with Bob to make sure that we're legally proper. He wrote this because we needed to be within the four walls of what statute allows on something that is, not so straightforward and interacts with other aspects of our code in addition to needing to be authorized by state law. I thought actually in his earlier proposal it was clear, and it will come back to you 2 more times.
Right.
Having said all of that, if you'd like a summary of it before you vote on whether or not to move forward with the first reading, I think Bob should offer that summary. I'll be taking a stab at it and then saying, Bob, did I get it right?
Fair enough.
And he has his hand up, so I'm guessing he's ready to do that.
We have Bob explain it and include in that explanation the one half sentence that I've requested to be struck per my motion.
Bob's on it.
Bob, you still on the clock?
I'm still on.
It's contract. It's not hourly.
That's right. That's right. No, it's been
retainer.
This is a very good discussion that everyone's had tonight, and I'll run you through it. The whole purpose of putting it in ordinance form was to give it more structure for your discussion tonight. We thought that having this tonight as a first reading was really being too presumptuous and jumping the gun without having had the discussion. So that's why I put it into ordinance form, and we'll still have the first reading and the second reading coming up with Ian's change here. So the ordinance essentially starts out with our authority to bring that pursuant to the statute. Make a statement of the findings and the purpose, and actually that part we amend a little bit given the information that Sue Fillion gave us and the statistics about the burdened or the percentage of burdened tenants, etc. We may weave some of that in there more as edits to reflect the discussion tonight. But then getting to the meat of the ordinance, for security deposits, there would be no other payments or deposits beyond the first month's rental payment and the deposit described in this section that can be required for renting of an apartment, okay?
Okay.
Then the second part goes and is a bit of mirroring the state statute of what a deposit can be used for, such as security against damage beyond normal wear and tear, against non-payment of rent, etc., and against expenses required to remove from the rental unit articles abandoned by the tenant, which actually some of the people tonight spoke to. Then we would delete the sentence, or that portion of a sentence with regard to the security deposit being held in an interest-bearing account per Ian's motion. And we would leave in that the deposit shall not be used as last month's rent. And then we have an additional provision with regard to 1/2 of 1 month's rent for a pet addendum. And then we have the appeals going to the housing board, which we would create at the same time. So we'd put all that together. So in a nutshell, that's what you're voting on and what we'll bring to you at your next meeting in a more edited and refined proposed ordinance for the first reading.
Thank you, Bob. That was very succinct.
Thanks, Bob. That motion is on the floor table. I just want to.
I like floor because it makes us sound like we're actually doing something live.
Floor, yes. I think it is okay to ask a couple questions on the way to the vote. Peter, how do we enforce this?
The creation of the Housing Board of Review. The purpose of the creation of the Housing Board of Review would be to provide tenants and landlords with a place other than court to go to resolve disputes that arise from these provisions. Bob could speak to whether that board also be able to hear any other sorts of disputes, whether they would have a broader jurisdiction. It's my understanding that unfortunately, it's another implication of being a Dillon's Rule state. I think the statute is pretty specific about what a Housing Board of Review can and cannot do, but it certainly can review disputes over security deposits. That's why it's in this ordinance.
And if I could chime in there, Peter is correct with regard to that, but as to the enforcement, the housing board will be limited in its jurisdiction to what the statutes provide for it. It will not, for instance, be able to award damages. For instance, if a landlord were suing, take the situation where a tenant used last month's rent, or sorry, used the security deposit for last month's rent. I am not positive that the housing board has the authority to order the tenant to pay the landlord back that amount. That may be something that has to go to small claims court in the superior courts. So I'll take a look at that between now and the 20th and try to get a better answer for you. And I'll attempt to see what the housing board in Burlington, what its decisions look like. I think in many respects, it's usually a retention of a deposit that the housing board then renders a decision on on who should get the deposit. So
that's what I read today.
More on that. I'll look into that over the next couple of weeks.
Liz.
And it does, this is completely separate from any sort of eviction or any other tenant-landlord dispute resolution. So it's in addition to it.
Although I thought I read something today, and maybe Bob can look into this, that there was a couple cases where they were able to talk about small issues with the apartments, both on the landlord and tenant side as far as physical damages. And that would be nice for people to not have to go to court. But if Bob will find that out. But I thought when I was reading today, I came across that.
Peter, what department runs this housing board? Who is it answerable to?
We'll address that. I mean, so we'll need to decide who's going to staff this, but it wouldn't be, I heard the word bureaucracy used earlier in the evening. I don't see this being the creation of a new bureaucracy. It's something we need to understand better from Bob, the scope of the operation, and then properly staff it. And there are alternatives for how we might do that in terms of just supporting the operation of a committee. That's a different question from going out in the field to enforce ordinances, which I don't view as something that would happen as a result of this ordinance. There isn't field enforcement that would be done by town staff. This is something where sort of a jury of their peers, landlords and tenants, would hear concerns brought to them by landlords and tenants. And there'll be some amount of town staff support that'll need to be provided. We'll get our arms around that.
Thanks.
Okay, well.
Okay.
I'll resist the urge. And is everyone satisfied to move forward with a vote?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, God.
All those in favor of moving towards the first reading of the ordinance as presented, does that sound right? Say aye.
Makes sense to me. Aye.
Aye.
That's 3. All those opposed? Aye.
Nay.
Nay. I mean nay. Sorry.
What'd you say?
I said nay.
You said nay. Oh, he said, but.
He said yes, he was opposed.
I see.
We all understood.
Yes, you're opposed.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
All righty.
Okay.
Good time for a break.
We are at exactly break time.
I sort of do need to pee.
Oh, no, we are at break time. Absolutely.
Okay.
And we're going to break, if it's okay with everyone, only 10 minutes. And we'll be back at 10:10. And we have a nice, crisp 12 pieces of business.
Yeah, but I'm very excited about it.
I'm excited to see it. I sense Tim wants to get going. Let's get going.
Sorry, Tim.
That's my gavel.
We were having
Tim.
nerd talk.
Oh, there he
nerd
is.
talk. Nerd talk.
Did you say that was your gavel, Tim?
What's that?
That was your gavel?
That was my Sharpie gavel. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have probably taken home the real one before that.
I know. I know. Maybe I can go get it. Yeah, it'll let me in. So it's now 10:11. Let's call this ship back to order. Peter and I have a suggestion.
I think you misheard him, mate.
What's that?
Nothing. I apparently didn't have my earbud in all the way.
She thought you said a different word.
And I was startled.
Well, I thought Daniel said, "I love grass" earlier, so that's curious.
Did he say something different than that?
Graphs. PH, he was saying.
Oh, boy. It's that time of night.
Okay, it's getting late, so
we got to get rid of this.
a suggestion would be to take items H, I, and J off of our agenda for tonight. That is fiscal year 20 year-end financial report.
Okay.
It's important, but it can wait.
Okay.
Also, the LTFP, which we all know and love, and is full of excellent stuff. I think it can wait, but is very important, and we should give it due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
And the last suggested cut would be the proposed scheduled meetings for the consideration of proposed FY22 budget, because that doesn't kick into effect until.
So that's H, I, and J.
Would that be all right?
HIJ. Yeah.
HIJ. Okay.
On just the next normally scheduled meeting, or we need to do a special meeting?
No, the 20th.
Okay.
Is that okay, Peter?
Yep.
Is that a normal meeting or not a normal? Do I need to put it in my calendar?
The next regular select board meeting is the 20th.
Okay, if it's regular, it's already in there. Okay.
So we are at new business. And first up is the Hinsdale Bridge project. And we've already learned that Bob is not on the clock. He's still with
He's
us.
on retainer.
Luckily, Bob is still joining us from Grandma's kitchen.
Down, Bob.
Oh my God. Stop.
Sorry.
There we go. I'm unmuted now.
Oh,
so,
Lord.
you want me to jump right in with the Hinsdale Bridge project?
If you don't mind, excuse me.
Don't jump off, jump in.
Jump
Amen,
in, right.
Rose. Well said.
What we need the board to do tonight is to set a date for a hearing and a site visit for what is essentially a condemnation hearing done by the select board. Very similar, in fact, it's the same statute on how you would lay out and alter roads. In this situation, however, you'll be in the position of being a quasi-judicial board for the taking of property necessary for the Hinsdale Bridge project. And specifically, there will be 2 parcels, unless by that time there is some agreement on these parcels, for which the state will provide evidence as to the necessity for the taking, and then also evidence with respect to the value of the award to be given to the particular property owner. So what we have done up is a proposed notice of that hearing. I think we were talking November 10th. That, of course, subject to your board's approval and discretion as to when you wish to set it. And as we get closer to that, I'll explain more the board's role in holding the hearing. Of course, the hearing will be done remotely. The site visit, I believe, will be done at least partially in person. Maybe not everybody will go, but those who wish to go, we plan on having some representative from the state and the town to at least point out areas of particular concern or the areas that will be the subject matter of the hearing, which will follow the site visit. So, yes, Elizabeth.
Will the property owner be there as well?
Yes, yes. Notice will go to all of the abutting property owners by certified mail. The larger piece here is 28 Vernon Street, and we've already been in touch with the owner and the owner's attorney, as has the state. And the state has assigned negotiators who are trying to negotiate an agreement for the transfer of these parcels to the town, which then will be transferred over to the state for this project. So of a project like to the magnitude of the Hinsdale Bridge, there are many little portions of land that need to be taken for purposes of slope easements, for purposes of easements for machinery to work during the construction. I think there are 13 or 14 parcels, most of which the state already has agreements on. And at this point, we foresee only these two, one where there just hasn't been an agreement reached, and the other where I think there has been an inability of the state to contact the owner. So they're currently working on that, and we'll work on that between now and November 10th. So the big issue for tonight is to set the meeting so that those notices can go out. Brandie, you had a question.
Thanks, Bob. So this is my first time doing anything like this, and I'm hearing you say that most of these things are locked and loaded and wrapped up, and there's a couple of outstanding stragglers. How's the atmosphere going to be when we do these site visits? And I ask that because that's a day where I have my kiddos and I'm trying to figure out, can I take them with me, and is everything copacetic and a great atmosphere, or do I need to possibly secure child care just in case?
I would hope that this would be, I don't know how old your children are, but
They're
I would
6
hope
and 8, or almost 6 and almost 8.
So I would think this would be perfectly fine to take them to the site visit.
Okay.
If we can't have a civil site visit, we probably will have problems with a civil hearing, but certainly bring them along, and they will have to use their great imaginations to see this great big bridge that will span the Connecticut there.
Excellent. I'm sure they'll talk our ears off about that imaginative project.
Yeah. At the site visit, there we will have plans in hand. So the site visit, just remember, is not a time for testimony. It's more just to point things out. And plans are going to be posted to a website, which is, I believe, up on the state's site right now. I will confirm that tomorrow before the notices go out. And so everybody can take a look at the plans. I myself find looking at plans on the computer a little more difficult than looking at the big piece of paper, but we have that big piece of paper at the town manager's office, should any of you wish to make an appointment to come in and look at the larger plan. I don't think we have those yet, but I'll let you know when we get those.
Great.
Great. And I just wanted to highlight something you said. We are still hoping that there'll be some resolution, but it does seem to be a necessary, even if somewhat distasteful, step to take. Often these things do get resolved as the date gets closer.
Sure.
That's correct. And the state of New Hampshire and the state of Vermont are really trying to get this to the finish line in terms of getting it out to bid. And they have their own timelines, which we are trying to adhere to.
Liz?
I'm assuming this has nothing to do with the old bridge and what the state of Vermont and the state of New Hampshire and the town of Brattleboro and the town of Hinsdale will do about that. That's a separate process.
That is, you're correct.
Yeah, that's a separate process, and there's actually a public meeting coming up soon to get public engagement going around the planning work that has been done on the two old bridges. We'll push that out with news release and onto the website and everything.
Is that a town function or a state function?
No, it's a state of New Hampshire organized event being coordinated by the Southwestern New Hampshire equivalent of the Wyndham Regional Commission. And it's been an intergovernmental planning effort that has brought it this far, and now it'll be brought out so that there can be a lot of public engagement around some of the ideas that have been brought forward about how to make the island more of a park space and how to make the bridges reusable as bike ped facilities.
Great.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd all love to have that when you have that date and time. Great. Well, if that's clear enough to the board and there's no other comments or questions, I would take a motion, accept a motion.
Do we have to decide a time for this site visit?
Yes.
Oh,
time. Okay.
that's
All
what
right.
Liz was raising her hand on. Sorry, I see the blanks here.
Calendar. It's a Tuesday, right? Tuesday the
Not
10th?
3 o'clock would be good.
We need to keep in mind, however, that it gets dark earlier, and I'm not quite sure when daylight savings is.
It's before that.
I think it's before that.
Yeah.
because
Yeah, so it'll be dark by 4 on November
Yeah.
10th.
Liz is right, because I think it's going to be early in November, right? Where we changed the
Yeah.
thingies. Yeah.
Right after Halloween, I think they moved it
I
to.
think you're right. Yeah. Which sucks, because right now we're doing hybrid learning. So, I mean, technically I shouldn't need to pick up the kids because Eric would, but if we move to 4 days a week, it doesn't matter. As long as you said it's fine if I have them, I'm fine.
And
So, Daniel, did you say yes to 3 o'clock or no?
I said not
No.
3 o'clock. Yeah.
how long will this take?
I don't think the site visit would take more than really half an hour to an hour. Certainly, I don't think it'll be more than an hour. It's primarily, I don't want to dumb it down to a show and tell, but it's primarily to show people interested where the bridge is going to be located and what areas are going to be the topic of the takings hearing that would be coming up later in the evening.
Okay.
A lot of it is at 28 Vernon Street, the parking lot there, and then there's the Left Bank Way property, which is on the steeper hill. So I think all of that, we can primarily meet at 28 Vernon Street in the parking lot, and from there walk to any portion that we need to show.
Is 28 Vernon where the doggy daycare is right now? Where Deb's doggy daycare is?
28 Vernon is the old
Marlboro
Graduate Center building.
Oh, okay. So before that. Okay.
So I'm feeling like working in reverse. Does it make sense to do the special meeting / public hearing? Don't we have to meet in the evening? Is that?
Oops. There we go.
You can meet whenever.
For the second one, I mean.
We do need to factor in the availability of the property owners as well as the state officials.
Okay.
So,
but that's online, that meeting.
that's right.
Okay.
So that can happen at any time. We were suggesting that it be the regular 6 o'clock or 6:15 just to maintain the schedule, but the site visit would need to be during daylight hours.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Should we make sure we all agree on the 6:15 for the special meeting, but the site visit still up in the air for something like, should it be a lunch time?
What works for Daniel?
Yeah.
I mean, 12 or 4 works for me.
Yeah, I
I
think
would go
it's going
along
to be
with that.
dark by 4.
Mhm.
So 12, I think, would be better.
12 is fine for me because I'll just use it as my lunch.
Bob,
Right.
do you have any concern about the gap in between Should we have an afternoon hearing?
A little bit confused.
That's entirely up to you. I don't have any concerns about having a gap in between because the hearing will be done by a Zoom meeting. It actually gives people plenty of time.
That's true.
To get
and
home.
Even if we had somebody from the state coming down, it would give that person the ability to drive all the way home, even if they're from northern Vermont.
Jesus.
But if you want to have the hearing in the afternoon, that is also fine.
So we were thinking site visit and hearing on the same day.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, just making sure I'm on the same page.
But by law, it doesn't have to be the same day, but
Okay.
it makes it easier for purposes of the notice for people to have one day on their calendar.
For me, I don't care. It's more about the state person. For me to do something at 12 and be home in time for a Zoom at 6:15 is like not a thing.
Okay. Well, that sounds like we've got some consensus around 12 for the site visit and 6:15 our normal time on the Zooms.
We can all bring little sandwiches, a picnic basket.
Lunch meeting.
It does happen to be right next to the whetstone, I'm just saying.
Adorable. That's November 10th, correct? I just want to make sure I really have that right.
Rain or shine?
Tuesday, November 10th, rain or shine.
Correct.
Great. I'll pull out the mucklows.
I can make a motion if you like.
Right.
Awesome. Thank you.
That sounds good.
I move, number 1, to approve the notice of hearing to lay out and establish highway and to condemn property needed therefore, and 2, to schedule a site visit at 12 p.m. on November 10th, and 3, to schedule a special meeting public hearing at 6:15 p.m. on November 10th.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the notice of hearing to lay out and establish highway and condemn property needed therefore, to also schedule a site visit at 12 p.m. on November 10th, 2020, and to also schedule a special meeting / public hearing at 6:15 p.m. on November 10th, 2020. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0. Thank
Can
you.
I just add as a communications person that the word condemn is not super palatable, but I still am voting for this.
Right. Point well taken. In the state condemnation proceedings, they actually use the word condemnation and condemn. In the chapter 7, which is the town laying out of highways, they talk about laying out, establishing, altering, and paying damages therefore. So it's a little friendlier language in the town section.
Well, I appreciate that effort.
Bob, your service tonight has been very much appreciated.
You've
Well, you're
earned
very
that
welcome,
retainer.
and good luck with getting to bed as early as you can.
Yes.
Good much, Bob.
We'll be
Night,
there
Bob.
soon.
Okay,
Good
take
night,
care.
Bob.
Tim,
Yes.
in 15 seconds, just to close the loop about the existing Bridges public meeting, for those who are still with us and interested in attending that, it's going to be Thursday, October 15th.
Okay.
Thursday, October 15th, 6:30 in the evening on Zoom, and there'll be public notices coming out soon.
That's soon. That's next week.
That's the end of next week. Yeah, 10 days from now.
At what time?
6:30
Oh,
on Zoom.
Great.
look at me being a creature of habit.
It's tough to get a week without a Zoom call, isn't it? You know, back me up. He Zooms all day. Next, we have, we're done with that, right, Peter?
I'm sorry?
We're done with that, right?
Yes, we are.
We have a VCDP grant for Red Clover Commons 2, speaking of housing. And Patrick, I think, is going to fill us in. Hi, Patrick.
Good evening, Tim. How are you?
I am fine, considering. And it's good to see you on the other side of the curtain.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, given the late hour, I'll do my best to try and keep this as quick as possible. I'm here this evening to ask the board to adopt the grant agreement resolution and to accept the sum of $300,000 from the Vermont Community Development Program in support of the Red Clover Commons 2 project, which is a project of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And furthermore, to ask the board to authorize the town manager to execute the grant agreement with the state of Vermont and to execute any and all other agreements necessary to perform the grant-funded project. So tonight's discussion is actually a long time coming, in that the board authorized submission of the grant application back in March of 2019, which was quite some time ago. As is usually the case, we received preliminary notification in July, just a couple of months later, which has still been well over a year ago. It took quite a while for the project organizers to meet all the award conditions, and principally, those are standard requirements from the state. You need to have all your permits in place. You need to have formal commitments of all the other funding sources. And in that regard, it took a little time for the project organizers to get all of the $5.6 million worth of funding in place. That has thankfully been successfully accomplished. And the state has made an offer of a grant agreement. And so we're here this evening to get going with that project so we can build some new affordable housing here in Brattleboro.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you for that summary. Board, do you have questions, comments? Red Clover Commons 2.
I'm just always liking this project, and I don't know what else to say. It's been as many years, and I'm happy when I see it. I'm happy with the progress. It always seems to be on track. It always seems to be easy. There's nothing weird that comes up, or no huge exceptions or questions, or, it's moving along, and I appreciate that. It's one of the few things, trucks along.
Good. Liz?
Not only that, sometimes they come back and they say, we don't need that much money.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We love that, by the way.
I'm happy to make a motion if anybody is inclined to hear one.
Always.
Thanks, Daniel.
All right, very good. Let's see. I move to adopt the Vermont Community Development Program VCDP Grant Agreement Resolution for the Red Clover Commons 2 project. Secondly, to accept and appropriate the sum of $300,000 from VCDP to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. And thirdly, to authorize the town manager to execute the grant agreement with the state of Vermont and all associated documents necessary for the performance of the grant-funded activities.
Daniel has made a motion to adopt the Vermont Community Development Program, VCDP, Grant Agreement Resolution for the Red Clover Commons 2 project, and to accept and appropriate the sum of $300,000 from VCDP to the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, and to authorize the town manager to execute the grant agreement with the state of Vermont and all associated documents necessary for performance of the grant-funded activities. Oh, Patrick.
So I just want to make a clarifying point it's an important point, although it's a subtle point. The grant agreement, or rather the sub-grant agreement between the town and the sub-grantee will be with Brattleboro Housing Authority. Brattleboro Housing Authority will be lending the money to Brattleboro Housing Partnerships. This is a project of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, but the sub-grant will be to Brattleboro Housing Authority.
I thought that was just a rebrand. It's not a rebrand. It's two separate EINs.
I believe they are separate corporations.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Well, with that understood, is the motion still okay? Yeah.
I believe so. I wanted to make that clear. Just for the record, the sub-grant will be to Brattleboro Housing Authority, even though this is a project of Brattleboro Housing Partnerships.
Okay.
Learn something new.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you all.
Next we have, I thought Patrick, he's coming back. We have authorization for a fire truck, which is another.
Maybe your son would like to make this motion.
Yeah.
Lenny. Hi. It's good to see a new face.
I haven't seen Len in ages.
How are you?
And I
He's
still don't see
muted.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hang on, we'll get you unmuted. There you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi.
So we're getting a truck, right?
If you say we are, yes, we are.
Sounds good. So moved.
Did you?
Any you want to summarize?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. As you know, we in the 2021 capital fire truck replacement budget, we budgeted $550,000, and at the town meeting on September 12th, 2020, it was approved. So we're here with you in front of you tonight to ask for the approval to sign a contract with Allegiance Fire and Rescue of Walpole, Mass. for the purchase of one pumper truck as approved at representative town meeting for $549,898. We got to that point. We did ask them for a proposal that came in at $568,000 with going through HGAC, which is a program that we've used the last 3 or 4 purchases of the trucks. We did a savings of 2 to 3% there, and then by paying for the truck up front, we saved $16,402, and they're giving us $2,500 for our old truck for a savings of $18,902, which brings the $568 down to $549,898 for the final purchase price that we're asking you to give permission to the town manager to sign a contract with.
Peter.
Yeah, 2 quick points to supplement what Lenny presented. Just for the record, and for those of you who haven't been involved in a fire truck purchase before, the HGAC is a purchasing cooperative out of Texas. Actually, they're nationwide. So it's because of that purchasing power that we're able to get a discount. And these are very expensive pieces of equipment. So it's helpful to be able to use a purchasing cooperative when we're buying fire equipment. And the other thing that's unique to a fire truck compared to other purchases that we make is everyone is custom built. There's no such thing as just, buying a fire truck off the assembly line. And so that's why it's an unusual circumstance that we would ever pay for anything, particularly of this magnitude, in advance. But we do that because we're really entering into a relationship with the folks who build this. There'll be a lot of communication going on over the next several months between our fire department and the folks who build the truck. There'll be visits to see the progress that's being made in the construction, and all of that goes on. And again, we gain a financial benefit by paying up front for the purchase of the vehicle. It'll be built exactly to our specifications.
I think Tim and I eat, sleep, and breathe fire trucks when it comes to our select board runs and time. I don't know how many times I've heard this spiel at this point, so I'm fine with it. I don't know if anybody else has questions.
Well, mine's more of an excavator guy, but yeah, the fire trucks thing. Go ahead.
I didn't interrupt.
Ooh.
Banter. Okay. I'm just clarifying. This has been approved by RTM, correct?
Correct.
We're just sort of enacting the logistics of that anyhow.
It's actually been planned for several years. It's been budgeted in the current year's budget, and it was approved. The use of the fund balance for paying for about half of it was approved by RTM last month.
Cool. Yeah.
And my last question is, Lenny, $2,500 for the used truck, that's it?
Yeah.
Yep, they're giving us,
They have a terrible trade-in.
yeah, they're basically giving us scrap value.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
I
still,
don't think it was.
you
it
can
wasn't
still
that
use it in
different.
parades, can't you?
We can bring it over to your house, Tim, if you'd like.
We could do a demolition derby.
If I can
That'd
make
be
a million
more
out of it.
worth it. We could make more off tickets.
Liz,
And this was also prescribed in the capital budgeting plan?
yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
It's also the last fire truck that we'll be buying without having prepaid for it through the
layaway
fire truck sinking fund. So where this is like the moment when we shift over to implementing our long-term equipment plan.
Peter keeps calling it sinking fund, but it's really a layaway. So
It's been a long fire truck conversation in our tenure, Tim. Fire
Absolutely.
truck, fire truck, fire truck, fire truck. And now when people ask about it, I can say, you know, they're custom made and they're very expensive. Only certain places make them.
absolutely, very important. Board members, motion?
I'll make a motion. Let's see. I move to authorize the purchase of a fire pumper truck from Allegiance Fire and Rescue in the amount of $549,898.
Brandie has made a motion to authorize the purchase of a fire pumper truck from Allegiance Fire and Rescue. The amount is $549,898.
Oh my God.
Whatever.
That was the cat. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And none opposed.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations and thank you for your work, Lynn.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Lynn.
And now we have an update on the Brattleboro Transportation Center waterproofing project. Patrick's going to appear and tell us about that.
Yes, good evening. So we're here tonight asking for the board to award a bid to PCS Specialty Contracting of Skowhegan, Maine, in a not to exceed amount of $18,000 for joint sealing on the first floor of the Brattleboro Transportation Center. Now, I expect you folks will remember that we spoke about this maybe back in May, and what we were trying to do at the Transportation Center was to take a different approach. Previously, we had been doing spot repairs on the joints in between the two concrete slabs. And the reason we need to pay so much attention to these things is because there's been freshwater infiltration into the rented space. So that's into Experience Goods, that's into Dottie's, that's into the parking enforcement office. With the building not being particularly waterproof, water gets into our lease space and it causes quite a bit of problems. And so, like I said, previously we had done spot repairs where they appeared to be necessary, and this year we really wanted to try and approach it differently and do something a little bit more comprehensive. So we were looking at joint sealing as we had done before, but in a more comprehensive way. But then also we wanted to try and do sealing of the concrete itself. The board set aside $60,000 for that effort, and it was our belief at the time that we would be able to perform these activities on one floor for sure, and possibly as many as 2 floors. We put that work out to bid, and we're very disappointed to learn that we were wrong. We simply could not afford the work that we had envisioned. not even on one floor, let alone 2 floors. As you can see from the memo that was circulated in the board packet, if we did all aspects of the project that we had hoped to achieve, the cost would exceed $100,000, which was more than we had available for this project. So Steve Horton and I took a close look at what could we do with the funds that we had and what would be the most sensible thing to do at this time, because winter's coming and we'd like to be able to do something. So the plan was to focus only on the joint ceiling, but to do all of the joint ceiling on the first floor. And we would leave the remainder of the funds in the capital program for the parking fund to better assess our ability to move forward with a more comprehensive project next year or potentially the year after, depending upon the performance of the parking fund and what happens with COVID and every other uncertainty that could possibly exist. So I think the natural question is, well, can we do that? Can we just pick apart a component piece of the scope of work and move forward with that? And I think the answer to that, based on our clear conversations with Attorney Bob Fisher, is yes. And it stems from exactly how we solicited bids. We did not solicit bids, for example, on a floor by floor basis, but really on a per square foot or per linear foot basis. And because we were sort of slicing and dicing and saying, okay, give us a price if we did this many feet and give us a price if we did that many feet, we can, with your support, we believe, reseal the joints on the first floor between each of the concrete slabs in their entirety for just under $16,000. We're asking for authority to spend up to $18,000, only because when you get into these types of projects, it's not all that uncommon where, you know, as long as you're mobilized and as long as you're here, should we do a little something over here and should we do a little something over there? Yeah. And we'll likely find something like that. I'm not looking for it, I'm not seeking it out, but we would like the ability to make small adaptations that seem sensible as we implement the project. Steve Horton has reached out to PCS. They are continuing to be willing to honor their bid price. The only caveat that they mention is at this time in the year, we're getting to a point where it's weather dependent. So if we can find a week where we've got reasonable temperatures and your support this evening, then we'll move forward with this, and we'll plan to take another look at this in the capital program for the parking fund in future years.
Thank you.
Okay, it sounds like a reasonable plan to me. Board members?
Thank you. I think this is really reasonable, and I think it's imperative that we protect the spaces that we're leasing or renting out. It's a no-brainer. It looks like a lot of thought has gone into this. I think it's comprehensive. I think it's good. It's well thought out. It looks like we're doing exactly what needs to be done. So I'm ready for us to move forward as soon as we can, just in case it gets cold early.
All right, anyone else? Yeah, I see that Steve Horton looked it over too, so.
Yeah.
Always good for Steve's assistance.
I agree.
I'll take a motion if folks are ready. Whose turn is it? Should I make?
I'll do it, but I was trying to give some spice.
Have you done one?
Me?
Tim's not supposed to make motions.
I'm not supposed to. I'm discouraged.
I feel like it's Ian's turn. I think it's
okay. All right. Okay. So I move to award a bid to PCS Specialty Contracting in the amount not to exceed $18,000 for joint ceiling on the first floor of the Brattleboro Transportation Center.
Thanks, Ian. Ian has moved to award the bid to PCS Specialty Contracting in an amount not to exceed $18,000 for joint ceiling on the first floor only of the Brattleboro Transportation Center. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And none opposed.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Patrick.
Night.
Probably not see you again, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's nights for Patrick.
Well, not quite. Next, we're going to be talking about Department of Justice JAG grant.
Exciting.
Mark Berrigan is in the meeting.
Oh, Captain, step right up if you're here.
I am here. Good evening, everyone.
All right, hear you.
Good evening.
Unfortunately, my device and bandwidth situation here is probably going to prevent me from triggering my video. I'd rather not do it and risk having some connectivity problems.
No, your audio is really good right now.
Okay, I can.
Okay, good.
We recognize your voice.
So there is the Department of Justice on an annual or sometimes biannual basis provides justice assistance grants to law enforcement agencies across the country. It's based on a somewhat complex formula having to do with our population and our crime rate and whether it's increasing or decreasing and that sort of thing. This year, the grant is that they're looking to award us is for $11,614. The department has to indicate to the Department of Justice ahead of time what we intend to do with the grant. And in this case, this year, we intend to use it to continue our training related to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion for the officers in the department.
Great. Thanks for that summary.
Sure.
That's great.
Seems like a good thing to have. Not a giant amount of money, but appreciate it. We'll take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments, questions? Liz?
I was just ready to make a motion if anyone's ready to hear it.
Unless Mark wants another question that will make something up, we'll go ahead and take the motion.
Free money.
I'm good with Liz's motion. Hearing
All
Liz's
right.
motion.
I move to accept and appropriate the 2020 JAG grant in the amount of $11,614 from the U.S. Department of Justice to pay for law enforcement training.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to accept and appropriate the 2020 JAG grant in the amount of $11,614 from the U.S. Department of Justice to pay for future law enforcement training. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Was that an aye from you, Daniel? Or
It was, yes, I am in favor of this, appropriating this grant.
That's 5-0. Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.
Mark.
Good
night,
night.
Mark.
And next we have, we need to appoint an interim town treasurer.
The next two items are implementing that transition I spoke about at the beginning of the meeting related to the finance department leadership. So the finance director is under our town operations, the finance director and treasurer, so that we meet the requirements of state statutes with the town treasurer. When we were in transition last spring, we divided those two duties because we have an assistant treasurer under normal circumstances. Debbie DeRozier has been providing this service to the town for a very long time and is completely reliable, does a lot of the treasurer related work as assistant treasurer. And so it made sense for her to provide the services necessary to meet the requirements of the state that are town treasurer duties, as distinct from the broader array of responsibilities of the finance director. The very next item on the agenda will address the rest of the oversight responsibilities for our financial operations that are part of the finance director's duties, and we'll be contracting for services for that again in the same manner as last spring. I'll explain that in a moment. But what we're asking under this item is that you, as you did back in January for the period from January to May, that you appoint Deborah DeRosiers to be the interim town treasurer from now until a new finance director, treasurer is hired.
Okay. Straightforward and wise. I'm glad we have the past experience with Debbie, of course. Anyone else? Comments?
I'm pleased to make some motion if there's no comments. Sorry, I just might. These aren't in the right ears at all. Okay. Yes, because they kind of tip.
If I do that, I'm wrong here.
Oh my God, I'm gonna kill you. No, they tip, so they stab me in the wrong part of my ear.
Oh, I see. I see.
Anyway.
Yes, we'll take that motion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I would move to appoint Deborah DeRosier to serve as interim town treasurer effective immediately and continuing until a new finance director or town treasurer is hired. Is it and or? Just a slash, so.
Sure.
I know banker Brandie again. Is it and or? I don't. Anyways, that's what I
yeah, I usually say slash, but I'm sure that's wrong. Thanks,
I can't.
Brandie.
I can't.
Oh, Brandie has made a motion to appoint Deborah DeRosiers to serve as an interim town treasurer, effective immediately and continuing until a new finance director, town treasurer is hired. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0.
Babe, I like my scarf.
So the companion piece of business is to appoint, actually, I'm asking you to ratify my retention of the accounting auditing firm of Melanson Heath from Nashua, New Hampshire, to provide by contract the interim finance director services. This again is exactly what we did between January. You approved a contract with Melanson Heath last January that carried us through until May, when the position was filled. We've had a successful experience with a woman named Lori Garland, who's a auditor, accountant within the firm. And Lori is, again, the person who has been designated to be the primary contact for us for this engagement. So we're already working with her. We're off to a good start. We ask that you ratify my decision to hire them, please, and approve the contract.
Yeah.
Thank you. Looks like we have one thumbs up. Daniel, does that mean you want to make
I'm super excited. Yeah, I'm raring to go on this motion. Yeah.
Do it.
But I don't know. Maybe there's some discussion you all want to have because it's only 10:59.
Christ's sakes.
And this is absolutely essential business.
Holy crap.
All right. I'm ready to make a motion if you're all ready.
Yep.
Okay, very good. I move to 1, ratify town manager's decision to hire Melanson Heath accountants / auditors, and 2, approve the contract with Melanson Heath for an initial term from October 5th, 2020 to January 15th, 2021, and a minimum amount of $5,000 and a maximum amount of $25,000.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has moved to ratify the decision to hire Melanson Heath accountants, auditors, and also to approve the contract with Melanson Heath for an initial term of from October 5th, 2020 to January 15th, 2021, in a minimum amount of $5,000 and a maximum amount of $25,000. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Getting cold and I can't find.
Next, I believe, is the former lease.
Absolutely. We move down to item
three
K.
skip items.
Yep.
So we're recommending that you approve a 1-year extension with the parent company of the Brattleboro Reformer, New England newspapers, for the Reformer's continued operations in 2,200 square feet at 62 Black Mountain Road, which is the primary use there being our police station. We've had a 4-year relationship there after the town bought the building from the prior parent company of the Reformer. and did the major renovation there as part of the police fire facilities project. One portion of that was negotiating this lease with the reformer to occupy this space. Basically, it's a renewal on the existing terms with one significant exception. The newspaper industry, which already has had to really retool in the last decade or two with challenges presented by all the digital information that's out there, has suffered again a big blow from COVID. Advertising revenue is way down. Advertising revenue is key to the operation of newspapers, print newspapers. And so the reformer asked that we substantially reduce the rent and agreed that it would be a one-year extension rather than a multi-year extension, so that we together are hoping that a year from now, the economic situation will have improved enough that we can bring the rent back up towards where it's been. We started at $12 per square foot 4 years ago. Based on the 2% incremental annual increases, it was up to $12.73 per square foot. And what we're proposing for this 1 year extension is $8 per square foot. It's been agreed to by the leadership of the reformer, and recommending that you approve it on behalf of the town so that we can execute this agreement and keep the reformer in this space for another year.
Great.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I think we all agree that it makes sense for the 1 year extension. It's much more likely that the building would sit empty rather than have anybody in it right now. So, and good to support our local paper a little bit. Liz?
Yeah.
I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to hear it.
I was just going to pontificate about how important it was to
No,
subscribe.
I go with Liz.
Do you think this will make the front page?
I was also going to point out that Chris is here with us,
Love you, Tim, but I'm going with Liz.
And I would also agree that we've set some precedent over this year during COVID, that we've taken some actions to try to help businesses during this time in different ways. And so I see this as just another one of those things, and for a business that provides a really essential service for the town.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Liz.
Well said.
Back to Liz.
Take it away, Liz.
Do it.
Okay. I move to approve a 1 year lease extension with New England newspapers at a rental rate of $8 a square foot, and to authorize the town manager to execute the lease extension.
Nice catch, Liz. Definitely not just foot.
Well done.
Liz has made a motion to approve a 1 year lease extension with New England newspapers at a rental rate of $8 per square foot, and to authorize the town manager to execute the lease extension. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I was laughing because I was going to suggest that, Brandie, are you okay with execute in this situation?
No. Do you want me to make a list next time of words that I think are inappropriate for talking?
This is
those kind of words.
Okay. So we have come to our last, L for last.
Right on.
And that's to take a look at our town committees and boards, which of course I don't have in front of me yet.
May I speak to this, Tim?
Please.
Thank you. The first piece of business under this multi-piece item is actually unusual for you. So it's not the normal situation where you just ask the community members to apply and then you pick from those who have applied. Instead, in the population of the newly reformed Hazard Mitigation Committee, there is a seat specifically set aside for a select board member and another seat specifically set aside for a planning commission member. The planning commission has recommended that Kathy Erfer be appointed to that position. Staff is joining them in that recommendation. You need to choose from among yourselves a select board member to serve on this committee. And then there are 2 community members who have applied for the 2 community member seats. You'll need to choose. One of those is going to be for a 2-year term and one for a 1-year term. So you'll need to choose which one is going to be in which seat.
Okay. Hate this.
There are a couple of people on this board who have experience in the Planning Commission and DRB and might be best suited to this kind of work.
I am interested in being on the hazard mitigation committee. That's the right word.
Have at it.
Oh, really? I thought I was
Fill
going
your boots. Fill your
I
boots.
thought it was going to be a fight to the death.
Okay.
No, 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 no.
I have a whole thing about why I want to be on it, but I also happy to you that I'd like
Tell
to
me
be.
later.
Due to the lateness of the hour, Ian, just say
Well,
thank you.
I think that I could do a good job.
Great.
There you go.
We agree.
And we
May I
believe that.
suggest, because of the lateness of the hour, that you take this all as one motion once you've decided the allocation of the terms for the two community members. So
Great.
In the order in which they applied, it was Christine Hart and then Kay Curtis. If you went alphabetical, it'd be the other way around. I don't have a recommendation to offer you.
Let's do it by application.
Okay. So.
You what?
Who applied first?
If you agree, then if the group agrees, then I'm looking for when the terms expire. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
6/21 is one.
21 and 22. So the Christine Hart term would end in 2022. And the Kay Curtis term will end in 2021.
Great.
And if you'd like, I'll read it so you can say so moved and take care of the piece of business. So you'll be appointing to the Hazard Mitigation Committee Select Board member Ian Goodnow, Planning Commission Representative Kathy Erfer, Christine Hart for a term ending 2022, and Kay Curtis for a term ending 2021.
So moved.
Second. Oh, wait, I don't have to.
And that's June 2021 and June 2022.
That is correct. June 30 in both cases. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter and Liz. All those in favor of those appointments as stated, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
And you also have an Agricultural Advisory Committee application for a single application for a single seat. That would be appointing Jim Verzino, and a Planning Commission appointment of Doran Ham, also a single application for a single seat. If you're inclined to move forward with those, a single motion would make both appointments.
So moved.
I would, so yeah. Second.
Daniel has moved to appoint Jim Berzino and Doran Ham. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for your service.
And then for the Development Review Board, you have two applicants for one position. Interviewed them earlier.
Gotta flip way back here, way back. Whew.
I nominate Jonathan, whose last name I'm going to butcher, Sacoccio, maybe.
Oh, wait.
Gotcha.
Do we have to? I was
Oh,
sorry. I
sure.
was just trying to speed the process
Ken, do you
along.
have it
I wrote it
phonetically?
down phonetically.
Chair?
Anyway, so I nominate Jonathan Sacoccio for the DRB, aka Development Review Board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other nominations?
I'll nominate Gary Stroud.
Yeah.
But I always forget that's how we got to do. That's what we do.
I know, I
We
just-
nominate.
Oh.
No, you did it right. I just
Okay.
I get a little awkward about it.
It's like okay. So
So now we nominate.
So
You
now
nominate, I nominate. Now we vote.
Now you vote. You take a vote on each person. All five of you can vote as many times as you deem appropriate.
Right.
Once or twice in this case.
But Peter, Gary said something about an alternate, but that's not in the mix for tonight. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. There are
Okay.
alternates, but that's not what this appointment is for.
Thank you.
This is for a full member.
Thank you.
But if in the future you would like to reapply for alternate, that would be an easy process.
True.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So, all those in favor of John, keep it casual.
Thank
Wow.
you, Lord.
I just can't do it.
Casual.
I'm not even gonna go with Jonathan. Like, not even.
It's Jon I saw. But
All right.
all those in favor of John.
I'm voting for John Scotia.
Oh, that's what you
Oh, Liz is getting
Thanks,
fancy
Liz.
with the proper pronunciation.
I'm the Paisan.
You've got it.
And that looks like 5 for John.
I think, yeah.
And all those in favor of Gary? I'll vote for Gary.
I'll vote for Gary.
And I think we're hoping that Gary reapplies for.
Yeah, and I'll echo what I said before. I was the alternate on the DRB, Gary. I
Yep.
really wanted you to apply for it.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for all of the other committees that you're on with Brattleboro.
He's giving a thumbs up.
Yeah.
I also want to say that
Everything Ian says.
Yeah.
and I appreciate it, Gary, because it helps us get that experience of what it was John. He was a oh my God.
Architect. He draws the pictures about the things that we make.
I literally couldn't think of the word architect, so I think it'd be,
Might be a good time to bring this meeting to a close.
We have one last duty, which is to read off the available seats on other committees. May I do that for you quickly?
Yes,
please.
Thank you.
For volunteering.
There are 2 vacancies on the ADA Advisory Board. There are 3 non-voting ex officio member vacancies on the Agricultural Advisory Committee. There are 4 vacancies on the Arts Committee, 2 vacancies on the Conservation Commission, 3 alternate position vacancies on the Development Review Board, 1 vacancy on the Energy Committee, 1 vacancy in the position of Inspector of Lumber, Shingles, and Wood, and 1 or 2 with a nuance from the applicable
date or
legislation for the Senior Solutions Advisory Council. And now you're ready for that motion.
Can I just say one thing? Friends who are so passionate about Brattleboro and you're talking to us all the time about stuff and things, this is a ton of open positions.
Yeah, Arts Committee. Hello.
Like, come on, like, please apply to join the team because there's a lot of room for you.
I heard this was an arts town from somewhere.
Tim's being a little snippy, but I'm not being snippy. I'm being passionate.
Yeah, there are lots of ways to engage in the town business, and some of it is committees and some of it isn't.
Absolutely. Well said, Brandie.
Well said, Tim. About me.
I'll move to adjourn.
Good idea, Liz.
Right, thanks, Liz, for saving us. You don't have to second, Brandie, you know that.
I'm gonna anyways. That's my style.
All those in favor of adjournment? Aye.
Aye.
Brandie gets 2 votes. Thank you, everybody.
Right.
Thank you.
Good night.
Peace and
ECTV.
hair grease.